Show me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back. what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are here for what will be now day number 3 of the VALORANT Oceania Tour, closed qualifiers of stage number 3, round number 1. My name's Conky, this is Pilski, and we are here again for our second night of the week, running it back with some more VALORANT. And Mitch, we've got some pretty big games coming up today.
We do. I don't know how you keep track of it, mate, to be honest. So many numbers, even counting how many days we're working together as well. Will be the last day that we're working together, unfortunately. But we saved the best for last. We've got some awesome matchups coming up for you guys, so I'm looking forward to getting into them.
Absolutely, some qualifying games today. But if you guys are just tuning in for the very first time, here's a little bit of a tournament explainer to give you the rundown.
Welcome to the VALORANT Oceania Tour. a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American VALORANT Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, where the prize pool doubles. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance Qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live/VOT.
And there it is, beautiful understanding of where we are. And Mitch, we're coming really towards, I guess, the tail end of the competition. You know, we're into stage 3 now. Obviously, we've already had that open qualifier number 1, which has led to where we're at now. And, you know, the teams not only are going to be battling it out for the spots into the regional finals of stage 3, which is where they're going to be seeing that prize pool, which is, of course, $10,000 per stage, running it through, as we can see on the screen now. First, second, third, and fourth, all walking away with an allocated set of those points and also the prize money. But it's not only that, it is a team game VALORANT, but of course, Vodafone, the homies, have given us some extra cash money to give over towards our MVP players as well. Some of the standouts, the highlight players, you know, the ones that are really putting in the big hours for their team and dragging them forward. But, you know, look, it's been a fantastic competition so far. Really been enjoying everything that we've managed to see over the last little while. And I'm, you know, really happy to be at the part we are, because right now, sure, we've kind of got a team in order that's really getting closer to that qualifying spot pretty solid, but we're still up in the air about who may very well be that second team.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, even going back to like how last year ended, you know, you had your 2 kind of standout teams in the region. One of them's kind of flown the coop. And then over this year, we saw a lot of development. We saw what I felt like was going to be established top couple of teams, a lot of which are still floating around near the top there and are probably still favorites to make it into the regional finals, as well as trying to get their hands on that second place spot. But as we're kind of getting into like the twilight hour of this like domestic competition, there's been shuffles around, you know, there's been a couple of roster changes and each of these teams kind of jostling for position, trying to make sure that they can get the best version of their roster going forward as we get to the most important stage of the competition.
Absolutely. So let's have a little bit of a look in, I guess, to see what we've seen so far in this stage of the closed qualifier. Of course, we did have those 4 best of ones on the Thursday night, where we did see, you know, I guess a 50-50 kind of result of what we're expecting. You know, Order straight out of the gates taking down Auglis. Peace, you know, one of those newer teams sort of in the position, really looking to push forward straight out of the zoo. I guess an upset over Wildcard. And then Bliss taking down Villains. Yesterday, we did see some close games in that lower bracket as well. But, you know, really it was kind of one close map and then one that was a little bit more one-sided, and ultimately we did see Auglis and Villains go home, meaning that Mindfreak and Wildcard do have another qualifying chance. But today is that main focus, the primary, the big stuff in that upper bracket, Order versus Peace, and straight out of the zoo versus Team Bliss. So I guess, you know, this is an opportunity for those teams to really sort of step up. Order, obviously our firm number 1, but the rest really sort of out 2 to 6, I guess, is very hard to settle on what we actually think that looks like.
Yeah, I would agree. I think this first matchup should be kind of cut and dry, in my opinion. You know, I think Order shouldn't really be losing this matchup, but at the same time, that's where you can see a team like Peace. They can try to go for some kind of an upset. It's not like Order's been absolutely unbeatable lately. You've seen that from the wildcard result in the last qualifier, that they can be a little bit slow to start. They can definitely be caught off guard if they're not playing their absolute A game. I'm not sure that's really going to be the case. I think they just want to keep things nice and simple, try to give themselves a nice seeding in towards the next stage of the competition. But for Peace, my expectations really, I'm looking at them to just put in a solid performance, try to steal away a map. You know, don't make it look like you're kind of getting banged out of the server if you're going to have some confidence heading into the regional finals.
Absolutely. And I guess the similar thing could actually be said straight out of the zoo and Team Bliss. You know, they've been really putting in the hours. I guess Bliss is a team that did lose one of their main members to of Vronsky to Peace, which we'll break down in a little minute. But straight out of the zoo, they're a team that, you know, has declared themselves very much as a pug team, you know, one that goes with minimal prac over the earlier stages of the competition. But that since has changed. They've actually been putting in some extra hours, getting those scrims under their belt. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what sort of team they've slotted into now, because most of the times I've cast cast of them were sort of back in those earlier stages. But I guess for the time being, we can really look to introduce, these teams that we'll be looking up at first, of course, being Order versus Peace. And Order, no real introductions needed here. They've been hanging around for a while. The only new member really to throw in is Maple. He's taken the spot over Signed. I do believe it was a little bit of a swap in and out. And it's funny, you think about it, right? You've already got two of the best duelists in the region in Autumn and Disco, and obviously the experience from Tux and Texter. Same could be said for Autumn and Disco, but you sort of rely on Tux and Texter to be your more level-headed and your IGL in Tux. But Maple is kind of just adding extra fuel to the fire. He's an incredibly sharp player, typically does come from that duelist roster, sort of picking up the Jet more so, which we did see, I think, in, McBTS, which is now Peace. However, he's pulled onto the Sova here, and he's, from what I can see, been doing a pretty damn good job, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, it's just adding more firepower, as you did mention. Order now is like basically the who's who of CS players who are like able to, I guess, frag out on teams that weren't doing so well in terms of competition. If you look at Autumn, he played in like ANZ Champs, and he was like the standout on a roster that wasn't really performing that well in terms of getting the wins on the board, but the dude was just absolutely running around the server with it all, just shooting everyone. Disco, another player who's definitely very, very skilled in CS as an individual, and then also Maple, another player who's played on some like lackluster rosters in CS, but has shown the potential to just absolutely frag out of his mind. So it's almost like you're just stacking these crazy, fragging players from Counter-Strike into a roster who a lot of these players have started to refine their game more and more as they're heading into a new title.
Absolutely. So, on the other side of the coin, Peace. They're a team, as we mentioned, who have started to bring themselves together. Okay, that's another change up as well, coming in through with Nellery. So this is a little bit different to what we saw when they actually did really start to open up as a team. It was kind of that McBTS roster. There was some changes, bringing in some members in and out. Clutchy and Clutchy and Jesus. Yeah, it's completely like almost new together, and this is actually quite opening my eyes here. I like it. But Nellery, great player. Obviously, Sicko typically looking to sort of more, pick up that Sova, and now Koro usually playing around the smokes. Ronsky is the most recent addition coming through from Wildcard. Obviously, he is an incredible player. No, sorry,
Bliss.
Ronsky. Jesus, Bliss, rather. My God. I was so thrown by what I'm actually seeing on the plate right now. I thought it was a completely different thing. But hey, look, I like the look of this roster, and I'm liking that Koro's back. I'm liking that Nellery's putting in the hours, and keen to see what their Asian lineup actually looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I don't know what the hell is going on, because I think Tensai was playing before, and now you've got Nellery instead. They've recently added Koro in there. They've recently added Ronsky in there. It's like you've taken so many players out of the core now that it's like almost not even the same team anymore. Like it was just Sicko and Clutchy from the piece that was like Zen Coco and Tensai, and then I think it was Maple as well playing. Like you've got three different players from what you were playing with in the last stage. So I don't know what's going on in the Peace camp right now, but like you can't be just chopping and changing and chucking different players into your roster at the last possible minute, when you're getting to this stage in the competition. It's like, it's not going to work out well for you, particularly against Order.
Yeah, absolutely. I am thinking back potentially Tensai. I'm just trying to remember if I did see correctly. There was a tweet from him saying that he couldn't play Saturday. So maybe that's it. Maybe he's sort of sitting over, Nellery in that regard. But, look, two players that are really equipped on our screens right now. Maple, one of the ones who's been putting up some really solid results across, obviously, this former roster, which was McBTS. Really one of those teams kind of thrown together that had a lot of explosive firepower. But keen to see how he goes under Order. It did surprise me when he was sort of, brought into that fray, especially over what we did have previously. But now over here with Koro, typically the guy that we'll see on the smokes. So whatever sort of happens, I guess, we could really open this up to not read into it a whole lot. Just let it happen in the server in front of us and wonder how it all pans out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, without playing with your core players or, having a substitute or whatever the situation is for Peace doesn't fill me with a whole lot of confidence. I like to keep it real, Mitch. So, like, this is already a game that I'm looking at for Order, and I'm thinking these guys should duo. But in particular, with having the stand-in coming in, I don't know how I'm feeling about it. We did highlight these two players because they are sort of the newer additions to both of the rosters. Obviously, Koro coming in from that core of, what was it? Ground Zero, was it? Or
Kanga,
sorry. Yeah, Kanga. Yeah, so that was that core that was floating around in a lot of these tournaments as well, and Clutchy was on that team, so there's a little bit of synergy there. And as for Maple, I mean, just to pick up on that point as well of stacking these players like Autumn, like Disco, like, you've got Maple who went under a different alias as well. A lot of these guys like re-aliasing going into Valorant. But it was a similar situation for Plix as well, where he was in one of these rosters in like ANZ Champs in CS, where he showed some talent and then coming into Valorant, reinvented himself. And look where he is now. He's probably considered like the best player in the region at the moment, going overseas and looking at the statistics for the boys over there on Sonics. So you can tell that a lot of these guys, they have the talent to have the impact, and I'm eager to see how they refine and reinvent their game, because it's very clear they've got the mechanical skill and the talent to make it work.
For sure. It's just sort of that time together as a roster and, how they develop and put it all together. But there's, I guess, a very similar sort of thing to what we have been seeing yesterday. Teams pretty happy to ban out that Breeze straight away, which does take me back a little bit. And it's Order that's actually gone for that ban too. So maybe just not looking to get caught off guard, maybe not sort of fully comfortable in their play of the map as of yet. This is a map where a series where if they're successful, they go to the next stage. They don't have to, deal with the next close qualifier. They're already into the regional finals. So, taking that one out, maybe just going to practice it in their little cheeky break. And then also Peace removing Bind. So the maps that we will have, Haven, Icebox, Ascent, pretty happy with that. Haven, I think, is going to be maybe like the best chance for Peace to catch Order off. I think once we move over to Icebox, it could be a bit scary, but I am sort of, leaning towards your sentiment, Mitch, of this, especially without Tensai, this could very well be a quick Order 2-0.
Yeah, I'm really feeling like that as well. You've got the Haven pick coming out. I'm looking at Order's most recent games. Like, the thing is, you'd almost want to catch them off guard on a map that they maybe haven't got as many reps on with Maple. It's really, I mean, even though it's just a 1-for-1 substitution and it's in the exact same role as Signed, which won't really cause too much issues, but they played Haven almost every series. Out of the 4 series, they played Haven literally every time. So you're picking a map they're pretty comfortable with. They played it quite close against Wildcard, though. It was 11 rounds for Wildcard. So maybe that in particular could be where they make something happen. And I'm looking at that series as well, and it seems like Wildcard had a really, really strong attacking side. So that's probably where Peace need to get it done, if they're going to get it done at all. Apart from that, I mean, Icebox, that's a map that it seems like Peace has played quite a bit in some of their series, but they're mostly playing a fair bit of split as well, which I'm surprised doesn't come into the map pool. I'm surprised Peace didn't go for like a split pick or something, because that's also a map where Order have looked a little bit like how you're going on it before, going back to those wildcard series as well, and haven't seen them play it in a little while. So that might have been a good place to go. But then again, you're only looking at a couple of series, a couple of officials. You can't factor in all of the practice and things like that goes into it as well that we don't really know about.
And also just got the confirmation as well. So it definitely is, Nellery is the coach and it's a stand-in for Tensai. So I guess the only thing they can rely on is the fact that, even if they're unsuccessful today, there is always tomorrow. That's that second loss of best of threes where they will be qualifying. And obviously by, making their way through the opening games in the 1-0 fell against August, it does put them in a decent stead where they can continue on. But we are here. It is going to be the opening series of the day. Once again, for everyone who has joined us, this is the Valorant Oceania Tour for Australia and New Zealand. These teams duking it out, trying to make their way over the course of the year to those NA Last Chance qualifiers to see who can determine their spot in the Valorant Champions. I cannot wait to see what the result is, but Pilski, take us away, buddy.
I mean, all right, so we got Peace on this attacking side of Haven. In the most recent couple of games for Order, this was the side where they looked the most mortal. I'm looking at that Wildcard series where Wildcard were able to get 10 rounds on the attacking side with Maple on the roster. So if it's ever going to happen for Peace, this needs to be where it happens. Nellery on the Phoenix, going to try to take contact in towards Garage here, but so far does seem like the trade's going well for Order. Bomb gets dropped in Garage. It's only a 2-for-2, but Order's going to have a decent read on the situation now.
Absolutely. Some good damage to come through from Texter. Nice little spray transfer with that one. That's all on a Clutchy, left alone. So yeah, he's sitting on the Sova today, and 3 duelists for Peace. So they're definitely trying to run with the aggression. Clutchy will be able to equalize slightly, bring it back to that 1 versus 2. A lot of distance that needs to be made up by Autumn here, as he does try to come around long, does spot out the information onto Clutchy. Tagged up a little bit, so there's certainly an opportunity here, but as that Nebula goes down, it will isolate him from the bomb for a little longer.
Yeah, it's going to give it a crack, sitting inside the smoke. Does actually get the spike out of there, so it's not like it's unwinnable, especially with a Ghost, get your crosshair placement in order, get a couple of nice timings, and you can definitely make something happen. Does fake that bomb, so has actually drawn the 2-man push over here onto C. And you can see Order, it's a hot pursuit here, and Clutchy's got absolutely no utility to his name. He's nowhere near his dart. He's going to try and put that spike on the ground. And if he's given an extra 10 seconds, might have the dart available to himself. But here's the retake for order.
On the way in, Clutchy needs to hold the line, and they do line up a little bit, but it's going to be Autumn hitting a clean shot. Nice retake there as the duo, and Order will get out on top. I suppose well done in the end from Clutchy from Peace there to be able to even collect the spike and get it planted. So, you know, they'll get a little bit of extra cash into the next round. But regardless, well cleaned out from Order and a great round from Texter.
Yeah, I mean, Jet, Rainer, Phoenix. It's not feeling great about it. Not feeling great about it. You know, it's like you got a lineup of players that, you know, you're playing with your coach and you're going to go for a duelist approach. Try to out-frag Order. Not really feeling it personally, but we'll see how it goes. Interesting to see Maple. Interesting to see Maple on the Sky here. I don't think he's actually deviated from playing Sova at all yet. So this is the first time we see him on a different agent. Ronski, that's beautiful from the mana. Is the force buy in here from Peace? Let's see if they can make it work.
Well, they've got to overwhelm Disco now, and that's a great curveball out, but now he's trapped in the corner. Another one will force him away. Nellery unable to find that frag, however, and now that's given them enough time. That's a good paranoia, but Texter has allowed himself into this position. But Ronski now, that's his second frag in the round, picked up, gets the Spectre, collects the spike, but he's still looking aggressive. Will look to get that plan down towards Long, and now they can settle into the post play in the 3v2. But already, Mitch, they're straight out on this side. Look at the damage from Maple, but Sicko will get the trade and Clutchy to close it. So Peace just absolutely fang it up C Long, and they run away with it.
It's all off the back of a beautiful opener from Ronski. You love to see it from the man. Just a nice little flick on the Sheriff. That's going to put Order in a weird position and think about what they want to do here. Do see it's quite customary sometimes to just go for the force buy straight back and try to take back control of the economic game, but Order quite happy to take a save. Take their time moving through here and, you know, try to pick some guns off of Peace as they move into that next gun round moving forward.
So creeping on in, Sicko, gonna see if he can spot anything out onto the other side of Garage. Tucks Disco, nice and happy to just sit up there, but it's just gonna be a relatively straight default for the time being. Gathering some info around mid and already Maple spotting out A Long, so pretty happy to hold that position for the time being.
Yeah. Two-man setup into Garage. Like I said, all Order's really looking for in this round is just to try to take a couple of guns off of Peace. If they can take 2 or 3 guns with just classics and a few upgraded pistols, they're going to be happy with that moving into the next round. Potentially even farm themselves up some alts.
Maple picking up a lot of ground here. Will be spotted out, however, by Sicko. Now Coro holding the line nice and happily. Business as usual for Peace. Important for them to keep all 5 alive, stack up that economy where they can. And Autumn, all you can really hope for is a frag, but Sicko already seems to have spotted him out, curveball out, and gathered from Nellery. So Nellery's playing a quite confident game for a coach here, and I'm impressed so far, picking up on that Phoenix. But look, now this will be the business rounds. Operator up for Autumn.
Yeah, a bit of a bonus here for Peace. Only the singular Vandal, so a handful of Spectres. They do have the knives as well, if Ronski wants to pop those and add a little bit more punch to the firepower, I suppose. A lot of players on Order quite close to their ult. I actually really like that Order's got 3 of these characters that have the 6 orb ultis. There's not too many of them. A lot of the recent patch adding, obviously, a lot more 8-point ultis. We'll hold that thought, though. Very quick one up here into B to get the dash through from Ronski, and Texter just defends that beautifully. He's getting the gravity well down as well. Doesn't really need any help, to be honest. His teammates are only now just starting to funnel in, but it's more than good enough for him. It's just a complete shutdown at the top of B.
That was an impeccable defense, and just how he was able to clear out the Rainer at the exact same time, too. Well played, but Clutchy, 1 versus 4 into this situation. Able to pick up 1, but Spike, it's down a long way away as Autumn does spot him out from the Garage.
Yep. I mean, Clutchy, he's going to drone through. He's got his ultimate available for him. He does. I thought he got the ping off there and was going to pop that ulti. He's going to dart, actually. I'm eager to see if he's going to actually invest this ultimate here to try to pull more guns off of Order. But not going to end up being the case. Tux is just going to clothesline the man as he peeks into window, and it's a good first gun round for Order. They drop 2 of their weapons, and with Peace's money being so strong, it's not like they can't come straight back and try to make it work. You've already got that Hunter's Fury online. You've already got the run-it back. So a couple of pretty big impact ults online here. Texas obviously fragged up a Thorn and got himself the Cosmic. But now here's where we get the change up. The ops on both of these jets. And both of them are some of the more solid jets in our region. So they could definitely be a bit of a difference maker for either side.
For sure. So where would he take it? Just looking to hold over towards A short, see if any info does gather. But for now, it's just the drone to sort of force Autumn off. They get the info as to where his location is. But he's getting aggressive, and he's certainly not a player that shies away from sort of forcing his way down long C here. However, will he be ready for Clutchy onto the other side? I think he might get swung out here, Mitch.
He does.
There it is.
Clutchy just gets across the line. Really impeccably timed. Almost spams Tux to 0, 5 HP on the man. So this is a great start to the round for Peace. A one-man advantage. A Cypher that is very low. And you can see the Sky's on the other side of the map. And is going to start to get on the rotate towards the other side of the map. Not sure if he wants to get the heal down onto Tux. It would be a little bit inconvenient. Does seem like they want to try to get aggressive. Go for a bit of a mid-push, which is a good little play to make it a 4-on-5 here. Try to even up the tides, but that's a nice shot from Nellery.
Yeah, he's been impressive so far. Now they run it back to sort of send it through. Maple's in a good position, however. We'll be able to find the frag if he is lucky enough. And there's one. And Disco's also managed to pick up another in the process as well. Hunter's Fury to come out. But Maple, the impact in this round. Clutchy does equalize, dropping down Maple. But Disco gets back into the garage. It's a 3-on-2. But Tux, he was taken low with the 5 points of HP. Still manages to find something. Clutchy will drop Disco out. But it is just in the ultimate. Coro trying to get aggressive. But Disco, he'll punish him. It's all on the Clutchy now in the 1-versus-1. There will be the heal from the hot hands, and Disco gets it done. The trades, the back and forth. And this game is living up to expectations so far. I guess more so, given what we were sort of looking at when analyzing this roster from Peace and the setup. But hey, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
I mean, yeah, they're doing a good job. They got a great start to this half, but I need to see it like a little bit more consistency and see it bear out a little bit because let's be real. Like I said, this is the half where Peace have the best chance going back through the last couple of games from Order, in my opinion. Like I said, Order was really pushed by Wildcard on this map. On this half in particular, they got like 10-2 or 10-1, I think. So, you know, like I said, if Peace are going to have any chance, it's going to be on this half. And if they don't make the most of it, then I'm not feeling how the rest of the series will go. But happy to be proven wrong.
Always happy to be proven wrong in a series like this, one that we were kind of looking forward to, you know, the upper bracket games, the qualifying games. It is always interesting, but that's Vronsky, right? He can out-duel some of the best in the region, and being able to do that with the Marshal there, taking down Autumn nice and early, that will give him a chance to get the operator if he does so choose. It will be swapped over now, but in a 5-versus-4, Maple had a real big impact in the last round. Can he defend here now, Mitch, as well?
No, he's out of guiding lights, though, so he just has to go for the Triad Peak. That's beautiful from Koro. A 2-piece does go down, and actually Tux has swung out onto the side, unchecked, but does get traded. It's all on Texter. And sneaking up on the flank. A 1v3 is not undoable for this man. He's got a pretty big brain. But unfortunately, checked by Clutchy. Man's got his crosshair positioned beautifully. And Autumn, that's a good thing. It's a good sign for Peace. You definitely want to be punishing this man for the aggression. And the fact that he drops the operator there to the opposing team when they're on a bit of a half buy and they end up winning the round. That's just another pretty big break for Peace. You know, those are the kind of rounds that you want to be winning for sure. Is going to break the economy of Order, and it's going to set their economy up for success. Look at them, 2 to 3k in the bank. They've got an operator. Pretty much the dream start for Peace after winning a round like that.
For sure. They've gotten those opportunities. It looks like Order now does want to press the narrative, try and create a storyline. Taking that control of mid. Dart goes up out towards long. So it does appear that it's going to be that C-walk for the side of Peace. Happy to get the Lear through now. Already some info gathered, but Sight will be taken control of by Vronsky. And they'll look to get the spike down in just a second. Looks like it'll be a full 5-on-5 retake almost.
Yeah. Order, though, their expectations for this retake are pretty low, I would imagine. More so looking for damage than really winning the round. Nice little stun onto the site. Spike goes down, and it is, you know, this proper 5-on-5 retake. No one really going down until Order starts to test some of this retake potential. And look, this is all they can really be expected to do. Just trade out a couple of frags, take some guns away from Peace heading into that next gun round. But after all said and done, only one Vandal was taken off of Peace. So their economy is going to be fantastic. They're probably looking at like 5k, 4 to 5k across the whole team. A little bit less than that on a few of these players. But for the most part, pretty strong. Probably have like 2 more buys left after this one.
I'm liking Sicko on the Reyna as well. Like, I think, you know, I've grown so used to seeing him mainly sort of on that breach, on that Sova. So it's cool to see him on a bit of a duelist, you know, always remembering sort of Koro around on the smokes as well. But yeah, look, Peace right now putting in some good sort of numbers. But yeah, as you mentioned, going to have to see them continue to dominate across both halves. But for the time being, at least they're making a statement on the opener of this first map.
Yeah, I think as long as Order's like trading rounds back and forth, you know, they're keeping the scoreline relatively even. I think they're going to be quite happy with that, to be honest. Moving into their attacking side and moving on in the series. A lot of ults available for both of these teams. Order's retake potential right now is absolutely insane. Cosmic, Cabbages, run it back. It's going to be quite hard for Peace if they do get the spike down to potentially hold off that retake. And after a bit of a default, bit of map control, they're starting to group up over here towards A, but Autumn's on the line.
Yeah, will they swing in? Will they be ready for it? Nellery does walk straight into it and shoulder steps it well enough. The Bladestorm is available if he so chooses. Sicko going to be caught out by the tripwire, but he will live on for the time being. The Cosmic Divide will be used up by Order, forcing them away from the site. Clutchy, though, will be able to drop Autumn in the process, and now they actually start to rotate out. They're going to be able to take this spike away, Mitch, and they're not looking to contest this A site whatsoever. Cabbage is out. They will force Nellery back into short now. 30 seconds, they got to get a move on.
They don't have time. They don't have time to rotate back around here. You're looking at Disco over here. He's got the run it back available, but he's on this line in towards Garage. If he is checked, if he is traded out, it might be a little bit more successful, but that's a nice little 1B. He's going to drop the hot hands as well. He has the run it back available. Not even going to be popping it. He's just buying time for this retake to come in as the spike gets on the ground. They do get the trade, but Order's looking to try to take this fight straight to Peace before they can get comfortable at all on this site. And that's just a little bit too much for them to handle.
Very, very good utility usage. What was that? The Cosmic Divide and also the...
Cabbages.
The Cabbages. Jesus, what is it again? The old Seekers? That's the one?
No, I refuse to call it the Seekers. Dude, I've been spamming Sky lately. I actually love her. She's so much fun. I played nothing but Sova for the longest time. I doubled in some agents, but mostly Sova, especially when I was like trying to play on a team. But I think if I was actively playing right now, I would probably be spamming Sky. Like, she's got six ult orb points. You know, I feel like she's like the agent that's got a little bit of everything. Like, you can frag out with her. She's got some nice map control utility. You can really inform your decision making, and she's got a pretty decent impact ult for only 6 orbs. Dude, that's pretty strong.
Well, that's what I was saying. You know, her kit is so versatile. And with that heal, whilst it can't, you know, go directly onto yourself, at least it sort of does create a spot where you go with your team. But straight into heaven, teleport up for Koro. Let's see if he can make anything of it.
Oh, they're going to try and challenge him. Tux and Maple getting straight up there. Maple, I'm seeing him pretty consistently, like, use his guiding lights really early and not have them for later on in the round for some of these retake situations. Not really going to matter too much, though, is it, if Peace are losing 2 picks this early on in the round and haven't really got a whole lot to speak for, except for that spike going down. But Order itching to get this retake kicked off.
Absolutely. Empress is available for Sicko. Might look to try and find a frag. Clutchy gets the opener, but Tux straight out of heaven. There's now Sicko. Likely will be able to pop that one up. Clutchy does get another frag, but now Sicko inside the 1 versus 2. It's not enough. Texas already on the defuse, or rather, he's got his teammate Disco, who gets it to half on the run it back. Texas gets the 2K and forces Peace out. So Order take back their lead. And has that scratched the economy of the Peace side? Potentially. What have they got in store?
This is the thing, like, some of them had a lot less money than some of the others. And especially with no Bladestorm available, like, that's the thing. This Bladestorm, how much is it? Is it 7 now?
Yeah.
Like, Jet, I feel like Jet used to be like the agent that was like, she saved you so much money, like 6 ult orbs to be able to get yourself a rifle. It was kind of the dream, but not really as impactful as it was before. I feel like 7's a bit of a break point for how many ults you can get in a half. Ooh. That's beautiful from Peace, actually.
Great punish.
Yeah, you need to deny Disco and Autumn's aggression, and so far they're doing a decent job of it.
Run it Back destroyed. Maple will be able to pick up another. The paranoia doesn't actually quite catch Texter and Autumn. He's already up. He's going to pick up 2 in the process. This is a complete denial of the position right now. And Ronski, Duelist actually all the way back towards bottom mid. Guiding light goes up, but oh my god! Oh my god, Ronski! This is incredible so far in the 1 versus 4. He'll be on for the ace. He does have the updraft available, but he just needs to be careful, not look to make an indecision. He's going to wait. He's going to be patient.
Yeah, this is the right play. The longer he waits, the more Autumn has to be a little bit more wary of a garage flank, of a walk-up C. But Autumn knows he's got that spike control. It was the perfect timing. Almost catches Autumn off guard, but he's got the dash, and Ronski doesn't, and he's able to land a couple of those bullets with the frenzy. Able to deny the ace for Ronski, who is digging so deep right now for Peace. Every time this man gets some camera time, he is just fragging up a storm, but it's not quite good enough.
Ooh. I guess it's those one of situations, you know, if he was potentially up on the site, he might not have needed to even go for the big clutch situation. But look, it's certainly always exciting to watch when he puts himself into that position. A second of timing is what allowed Autumn back into that round. But look, he still held the line with the frenzy and was able to close the frag. So great consistency from Autumn there, as he's had a relatively slow start to the game. But look, when you got a team like Order, every single member is equipped to carry.
Well, that multi-frag does get Ronski access to his daggers, which really helps out the buy here for Peace, but it hasn't started well. Autumn's picked off Sicko over there towards A, trying to get some control. The rest of the team trying to shove into C, but it's the Cypher as well as the Phoenix in the side here. That's a great right click from Ronski, though.
Good trade out by Disco. Autumn also doing some work on a Nellery. Disco will be blinded by the paranoia, but it doesn't matter. He's just that bloody sharp. Now Koro, 1 versus 3. Can't quite find it. Maple to close him. And Order really starting to run away with this now. 7 rounds on that defending side. And, you know, we know how, I guess, this bloody map does still seem to feel like it is a bit more offensively sided, depending on the team, I suppose. But
no, it definitely is.
Yeah.
It definitely is. Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, it was a great start for Peace. Don't get me wrong. But at this stage, like, it's like I said before, you know, I feel like a broken record, but when you go back through a team's results and the only half where they've really struggled was like this particular half against the last couple of opponents, and you're not able to have a good half of it, I don't know how I'm feeling about your chances. You know, it started well when they had the economy going in their favor, but the last couple of rounds, Order, outside of a couple of hero plays, it feels like has kind of been putting them in the dirt.
Yeah, for sure. And that's, you know, a team like Order. They all have denial potential. Now looking to sort of do the usual, the mid default that has been happy for them recently. This time Ronski is going to walk into his death. Autumn taking him down. Having to sort of rotate back to A now.
Second time Autumn's been able to find some picks towards that A control, and that's actually the downside of running a comp like this. You've only got the Sova who can really push the Jet off some of these lines. You know, the Phoenix can do it a little bit, the Reyna can do it at certain ranges, but that's where having like a Sky or you know, less duelists on your lineup and more utility characters that can deal with, you know, this Jet aggression might help you out a little bit more.
So will this duel come in garage? It will. Disco denies. Once again, you know, really sort of dragging it forward. There's just been no answers, no trades to come out for the side of Peace just now. And he does manage to tuck into the corner. Sicko tucks, will spot him out. The gravity well forces him back. But now he's actually managed to find a frag in the process. And another one. Very nicely done here from Sicko, somehow bringing it back into the 2 versus 2, but Autumn poised just inside that A-Link, and look at Disco already making his way out of the garage, trying to pick it up quickly, turning away. He will be able to utilize the tailwind to force himself out, and now they've just got to be ready for mid. Blazewall looking to go down in a second, but Sicko, he could be on for the ace here, and he'll have to. He needs it. The Bladestorm is out for Order, but this 1 versus 1, will they land the duel? The answer is no. Mr. Consistent in Autumn. You know, maybe he was just giving the rest of his team a chance to get some frags before he decided to wake up.
I guess so. An 8-4 half, that's pretty brilliant for Order. And like I said, like, there's got to be more to the game here for Peace than one of these, like, core members going for an ace, you know? Like, outside of Ronski, Clutchy, or Sicko must go huge, or, you know, they're having a bit of a tough time. You know, Koro's putting in some work as well. The same as on Kanga. Like, he's someone who pleasantly surprised me. Like, he was on that smokes role, actually able to have some pretty decent impact, have some good rounds, have some good reads. So, you know, he's not a bad addition to the roster if he's going to be a mainstay as well. You know, I'm not going to be too upset about it. But at least with the stand-in of the coach, you know, it's not coming together here for Peace.
Well, I think the coolest thing as well, thinking over to the order side for Autumn, like he's had 2 3Ks that have been ace denials. So, you know, 2 of those big opportunities for Peace to pick around on individual performance. Like Autumn just keeping his composure and finding the frags as well. So brilliant stuff from him.
Yeah. Well, Maple recently on the Sova, now starting to test his mettle on the Sky. Seen a couple of these players start to expand their agent pool a little bit more. It's something that we've been, you know, looking at order for. Because earlier on in this team's life cycle, they were jamming a lot of the same comps a lot of the time, it felt like. You'd always see that double duelist playstyle. And now you're starting to see a little bit more diversity and a little bit more evolution of the team strategy over time, which is something that will definitely do them well because they're going to need to be more than sort of that one-trick pony in terms of composition when they go overseas. And I say when because that's how much confidence I have in order. If it doesn't happen, I'll be shocked, mate.
There's no question at this point in time. Like, no team, you know, Wildcard, sure, they had that opportunity where they beat them twice in a single competition, but it still wasn't convincing enough to make me say, okay, Wildcard's taking the first spot. But text up. That's the second frag in the round for the side of Order as the rest of the members do charge their way up 8. Going to walk out onto the site now. Ronsky does get the info, but he's already given up that site control as well. We're going to push up close, and oh my god, that's going to hurt. The old classic dink onto the armor. And now, Clutchy going to get the shock dart onto the site. Gather some good info here as well. And now with the recon bolt going through, Koro making good work of it. There is still an opportunity here, but plenty of healthy members. Makes it a little bit too challenging, but Koro, oh my god, Koro! Not quite. Tux keeps his cool and finds the round for Order.
I feel bad for you, Minch. You know, had a lot of almosts this map.
Oh, dude.
You're getting all excited.
I know.
And then you're getting denied. Unfortunate.
The ultimate denial for a play-by-play caster. It's
Yeah.
like, they're about to do it. No, it's done.
I'm sad now.
Yeah, that's it. Can I go home?
Oh, boy. Alrighty. Force buy again for Peace. Trying to get themselves out of a bad situation here. See how it works out. Is that a initial couple of player stacks? And again, Ronsky, man. Is there a better player with this Marshall? Haven't seen one as of recently. This game had a couple of real nice openers, real nice shots with that Marshall. And for only 950, if you're proficient with that weapon, that's value, man.
For sure. Only, what, 150 more than a bloody Sheriff at this point, and does the one-shot headshot. So now Sicko just tucked, waiting. We'll have Nellery rotating through in a second as well, but Tuck's still inside that window. Nellery looking to walk all the way around. Autumn may gather some information in just a second, so it's certainly still a prospect here, but Nellery needs to get much more space created for his team, and Autumn, unfortunately, has taken away 2 in the process. Hot Hands goes down, keeps Autumn at bay for a little while longer, uses the Cloud Burst to sort of force it back, but Ronsky is in the side all on his lonesome, and unfortunately for Nellery, his time is short too. As Texter will close it. Now Peace. Let's see their money here.
Oh, they're going to have to save.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like this, I've seen a lot of teams go for this second round force, you know. Not something that's super uncommon at the moment. When you're at a big scoreline deficit, though, if you do end up losing it, it can definitely put you in a rough position. But some might say that it's worth the risk, you know, if you're very far behind.
Well, the interesting thing as well that I'm just noticing is the frag disparity there. Like, every single member of Order was really, really close, and only on Peace, just Nellery sort of falling behind. But despite having the frags very much across the board, Order are 6 rounds ahead. So
Well,
their impact is huge.
the thing is, like, now at this point, every member, if I remember back to early Valorant, every member of Order has been a duelist player at one point. Like, Tux was on the Jet for a long time. Texter was playing duelist in early Valorant, you know, was talking about his transition a little bit. Maple, I mean, that's Jet aim if I've ever seen it.
Yep. Well, that's the coolest thing I think about this game. And as I said, you know, one person that I always sort of think towards, I reckon, is Crunchy. You know, someone who has always thought of himself as, I guess, the star player in the sense that, you know, got to jump on that duelist, got to get the multi-frags that are all exciting. But he became as good as he is now by moving on to the smokes. You know, like sitting back and changing up that role has really allowed him to sort of think about the game in a different way, and it's made him so good. And I think that's really where, you know, you like Tux and Tex to thrive. Obviously, they always have been fantastic in their FPS titles respectively, but, you know, it's not like you're just, okay, I'm really sharp, I need to play a duelist. Like, that's not the case.
Good start. Leg from Ronski, spam through. You do have to run it back in response, and the cabbages. So Order really trying to force their way through Garage, but actually Nellery getting some great value out of this Odin so far. A lot of spam damage, another kill. That play comes in from Clutchy as well. Does seem like Peace kind of on top of this round, but it's starting to fall apart. Definitely can turn. Tux needs to recover the spike. He's going to get that neural theft down, but Koro on the off angle.
Beautiful.
It's a good round for Peace. Started well, good spam, good pick with the operator, at least in terms of getting the leg. Still comes down to 2 players surviving though, which is going to take its toll on their economy, and that is where Order, they're reaping the rewards of having 3 in a row to start off this half, and they're going to be able to repurchase, whereas Peace, I mean, the economy not looking fantastic for them. They could get reset here, and that might just be the end of the game.
For sure. Interested to see what Nellery will walk away with. The judge, okay. Just going to tuck that one into Garage. Ronski, where's he playing? Down towards short. And it looks like there's going to be that early duel. Who will be the victor? Looks like Autumn. He's going to find the opener here. And Disco rips the head off of Ronski. So, yeah, we might be talking about that one right now. But a good opening frag. Can't quite get the Devour off. And it's all already into a 1-on-4 in favor of Order.
Nope. I mean, it's got the Oma TP and Koro. I've seen a couple of pretty good clutches for him, so I'm not going to say it's completely impossible, but that's a great guiding light straight over the top that confirms the man's position, and you can just see Order.
They're out.
They're going to piece it.
Absolutely. The old blinded. Given the info straight away. It's funny, like with the Sky, right? You know how you can see like a solo B hold or something. Oh, he's done well to skip past Order. But
he's done. Yeah.
They walked straight into him. Yeah. Understandable. Have a nice day.
I abuse it all the time, dude. Like I actually non-stop abuse it. Like I'll just hawk out because you have like a 30-second like. A lot of teams hit around a minute or like around 50 seconds. So there's no real downside to just, like, a lot of the time, just hawk at the start of the round to just confirm whether they're in a certain part of the map or they're not. Because by the time that you get into the portion of the round where you're going to need the additional hawk, a lot of the time it's off cooldown. Just such a good information tool.
It was quite crazy how long it took for a lot of people to adopt the Sky. You know, she's been strong since her inception, but as is always in Oceania, people not really liking new things. Texter catches off Clutchy, who was definitely a little bit, and she's spamming the voice line too. Too easy.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people like spamming the voice lines lately as well. Oh, it's not looking good for Peace.
What an anticlimactic sort of end of the game.
I mean, like, that's the thing. You got to kind of question it, the way that they're winning rounds, you know? Like, they're going to run a triple duelist setup, playing with the stand-in, and then, you know, unless they're winning rounds, like, in a tactical way that, like, fills you with a lot of confidence, like, are they really going to out-frag Order over a whole map of Valorant? I don't think that.
No, I don't think that either. And I guess that leaves us in the position where we go through in what I thought to be the opportunity for the Peace side to actually potentially take one off Order. But look, Order, I guess they're a really good team in the way that they adapt and sort of overcome. It's like, okay, they're running at us. They got 3 duelists. We'll just out-aim them because that's who we are and that's what we can do. You know, 5 incredibly individual sharp players. And I guess now that means that we're going to move to Icebox. And hopefully we do see something better. But in the interim, guys, grab some popcorn, grab a drink, and we'll be seeing you back very soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Welcome. We are back for what will be map number 2 between Peace and Order. And look, Mitch, you know, Haven was a little bit of a rollover in this regard, but I guess that's kind of what we ended up expecting after the first few rounds, and it really just sort of turned very much in Order's fashion straight from that.
Yeah, pretty much what I expected. I think end of the day, you know, what can you really expect too much when you have to play with a stand-in? It's an unfortunate set of circumstances. I guess I would have liked to see like a little bit more fight out of Peace, because I know that they definitely have the core of players that can make a good game of it. And I'm sure if they play at their full strength with their full roster, they'll definitely give it a bit better of a crack. But you know, end of the day, it is what it is. You know, I think you'd be backing Peace to drop down into the lower bracket from this series, even with a full roster. It just would be nice to see a little bit more fight back, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. You know, again, in that situation, I think we sort of talked about a little bit over the break in how Order was, you know, I guess always going to be the kind of team to tip to win this one. But, you know, when you rock up and put in full fight, even without the full roster, it really gives you that opportunity to show we're still here to do something. And I guess, you know, they're sort of just looking at the fact. It's like, okay, Tensei is going to be back tomorrow. You know, we'll be able to verse whoever in that lower bracket and potentially still take it forward. But regardless, you know, that means we do have another map. Icebox is just around the corner. We've got to see sort of a bit of a new agent composition on Haven from Order. Not too different, but, you know, seeing Maple on that sky, he was putting in some good numbers and all around just some general consistency. But, you know, the 3 duelists didn't really pay off for Peace in that one. And maybe we'll be seeing something a little bit different here as we move into a completely different map fundamentally.
Yeah, it was actually kind of a different like lineup. You had Maple on Sky instead of Sova, and Disco on instead of Raze was on the Phoenix. You've seen Order like change it around a little bit, to be honest, a couple of times on Haven. I can't remember if Tux was on Cypher every time. He was that last time.
Killjoy a little bit, I think. But
yeah, I remember seeing Autumn on Reyna a little bit as well. So they've definitely been kind of tinkering around with that Haven lineup and trying some different stuff. So that's an interesting one. Either way, Haven's come and gone. We're on to Icebox next. This is a map that Order's been playing for quite a while. They've looked quite proficient on it. So I'm expecting them to come away with the win here. Obviously, it is their map pick as well. But it's one that Peace has played a little bit, even going back to when they were BTS with a couple of different players. And you see in the core roster here, they definitely have a couple of Iceboxes under their belt against some pretty solid opposition. You know, they played Wildcard on it. Who else have they played? Let's have a looky here. We got Straight Out of Zoo, so you know that's a decent team as well. Villains. Yeah, they play a couple of pretty decent teams on it. So some good reps on Icebox with a lot of these same players. So let's see what they bring to the table.
Absolutely. Well, look, now it is Icebox coming out. It was the map that originally I sort of wasn't a massive fan of, but as I've sort of, played around with it a little bit, made it into some really good matches, it has very much grown on me as of late, and really enjoying seeing all the different variations that do come out. I'm sure we'll be expecting to see some Viper here, and hopefully a little bit more of a closer game. Really need Peace to show up and put in their all here, despite the sort of circumstances against them, because otherwise Order may be looking for a very, very easy journey into the next stage, the regional stage of the qualifiers, really just seeding themselves as the top team and making sure that they dominate their way the whole way through.
Yeah, I think Icebox is my favorite map at the moment, even though the B site's maybe a little unimaginative for my tastes, considering it's just an open yard. That's where this initial fight will come out. Clutchy going from the Sova to the Jet this time around. And again, got that double duelist set up from Peace. Koro is not on smokes anymore. Now he goes to a Reyna. So very much swapping around the roles between the players. And so far, so good. They're going to get that spike down.
Just noticed Vronsky on Viper as well. So definitely, maybe they're using this as a little bit of a training ground at this point in time. But Disco, we've seen him picking up that Killjoy a little bit more, putting out a good frag there now into a 4 versus 4. 2 members sitting towards that position of yellow right now. Tux with the snake bite, dropping down Clutchy. Can already get on this defuse, and it's just that easy. Nothing Texter needs to do except just hold fast and ultimately run away with it. Even gets the right click to close out the round. Super clean from Order and not looking contested really in any way, shape or form.
Literally every player playing a different role to the last game, so that's fun. It was a good opener from Peace. Nice little entry into B, but end of the day, it's the classic take from Order. Toxic Orb on the bomb. Chuck a little wall down, and pretty nice retake from these lads.
Okay, so they've gone for the save this time round, not trying to change it up like that we did see them in the previous one. Clutchy's gone for the deep line. He'll pop his way over now. Whether or not he spots out anything with this Marshall, time will tell.
I swear I could see that little ponytail, but maybe not. Tux chucks the wall up, and that's enough cover for both him and Order to frag up a bit of a storm, get themselves a handful of kills. Sicko tries to have a go at the Sheriff.
Ooh.
Yeah, not too bad.
Gotta find 4 more, though. They are walking up on him, so I might give the opportunity. That's a nice little quickie. Onto the other side, tries to take the orb, and he will be taken down for it, but that was always a bit of a bait play to drag Texter towards the frag. But in the end, Order to walk away with a second round. Bit scathed. Not going to have the greatest bonus ever here. But look, you know, they can just sort of try their best to play out this round and then set full focus into the fourth. But Peace still have to overcome, you know, a very, very tough roster regardless. Tux actually might be investing in full here. So, okay, get the bonus thrown away. Just go in deep.
Yep. They give it a crack. See how it works out for him. Peace does seem like they want to shove their way out B here once again. Tux chucks his wall down. It's not across that yellow side. Definitely seen some different variations on the Viper wall as of late. Team's really changing up how they want to utilize that one. Walk through middle though. It's a really nicely timed flank here. There's the knives for Clutchy. See if he's going to put them to good use.
They've almost been given the site, and Clutchy's going to try find that control. First blade, not quite the other. Let's go back to the Marshall now, but he will hit the shot. So good round so far from Clutchy, doing what a duelist does best in creating that space. Nellery's going to try and push it even further. However, Disco, he's got a Vandal in the process now. 2 versus 2. Toxic Screen will keep him at bay for a little while longer, but Ronski starts to make his way up, and Disco, they just keep walking into him at this point. Ronski now has to catch up with this 1 versus 1, but he's going to go on top. But Tux on top this time round will swing in and get the ding. Third round for Order as they do go for their full investment, but force Peace back.
Yep. Always back Tux in a clutch, dude. Every time. Just see him win him so convincingly. Such a large percentage of time. Peace in a weird position. Money is a bit all over the place. Not sure if they're going to full commit to the buy or whether it's a half buy. It seems like they're not really on the same page about what they want to be doing here. Does seem like a half buy with the 1 hero rifle on Clutchy, who's having a good game for himself on the jet so far. Obviously was a character that he loved to play on some of his different teams.
Well, it's just so interesting, you know, it's putting Ronski off the jet on a map like Icebox where, you know, he's obviously been a part of some pretty big results from Bliss on that very agent, but you know, we'll see how he does continue on over time. Now on the Viper, still picking up the Marshall, does find a couple of leg shots actually, and that allows Koro the frag in. So they're going to make their way onto this A site quickly. Spike goes down from Nellery.
These Marshals are doing great work, creating a lot of space, pushes all of those A defenders back, makes them quite squishy, and that's going to be the spike going down. Lockdown's available for Disco, who can try to pop that down towards screens to get this retake kicked off if Order in the 4-on-4.
Lockdown to go in means Koro does need to get a bit aggressive and try and find something, but they will fall back. So playing it very smart, using that utility to their advantage. The other members do fall away, but Texter already on that flank. It's all left on to Ronski, and he's so far away. Maple will jump on in and might even be able to find him over from the top as well. Doesn't matter. They can get on the defusal and basically just run Ronski out of the session. Texter does drop the slow orb up top just in case. The Ronski's already well and truly out of the sight. So that's another round going the way of Order, and Peace haven't really shown me anything except for that, you know, one-on-one clutch that they did have. But Disco, you know, picking up the Vandal on the flank just made it a little bit too easy for himself, and now Peace will have the full buy. Maybe an opportunity here.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much Haven 2.0 at this point. You know, you're seeing some good individual plays coming out. You're seeing some opportunities being created, but Order is winning every XVX situation. They're pretty consistently bringing themselves back in rounds. So need Peace to actually push some of these rounds across the line after some of these flashy plays.
And very aggressive from Texter, utilizing the barrier wall to get his way through. Up on top of B Long. Battle Sage engaged. I love to see it.
Yeah, that's what I think I want to see more out of a lot of those teams that I see much more often in other regions is some of these cute little plays, you know, the Sage Wall plays, the quick ones with the raised satchels on the aggression. You know,
That
I feel
is
like in
Valorant,
O's...
right?
What's that?
That's Valorant. You know, it's a game that rewards some of that aggressive CT style play on the early round.
Yeah, for sure. I think for like a lot of the times when I see O's teams switch things up, it's like I'm going to go for a push here, or I'm going to walk and try to catch this timing, and I'm trying to use my aim and my intuition to find an advantage, as opposed to like I'm creatively using my utility or playing off my teammates really well to create opportunities, you know? So I'd really like to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, with the spawns so close to each other, the game is very much built for it. But a 5 versus 5, still as it stands. Coro will be spotted out by Autumn nice and quickly, but with 30 seconds, they do have to get a bit of a wriggle on here. Tailwind utilized to sort of get Autumn back, but he still wants to press around and keep them at bay for a little while longer. 15 seconds, they have to get this spike planted down. I think they could even run out of time here.
Yep.
They got to get down now.
Look at that snake bite. Spike down. That's round just over. Oh boy. Was not close. Was not close at all. Order just had them netted in the entire time. You see Peace, they were so traumatized after that initial wall play came out, the aggression from Texter that gives Order that man advantage. Disco's just playing retake server right now. Haven't even introduced that into Valorant, but the man's doing it.
Well, this does feel like crack, I guess, at this point for Order. And, you know, they are just having the easiest run, I suppose, into this next stage of competition. And you almost really can start thinking about the next series at this point.
I was already thinking about it. I think, you know, I'm always happy to be proven wrong, but I think when you see the standing come out against the best team in the country right now, it doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence.
Good pick from Clutchy, at the very, very least. And Coro's put himself into a spot. The Hunter's Fury has allowed a lot of extra space. But now there's Disco, Ronski, 1 point of HP. Autumn will get caught off by Coro. So he's actually done a lot in this round. And in the 4 versus 2, they can't get thrown. Because obviously we know how good Man of Disco is. But now Texter inside this 1 versus 4. One away from the resurrection. Exactly right, Mitch. But Sicko gets aggressive, gets up on the zip line. And the Born Identity, oh my god, it's Sicko. As he does close out the round 4 piece. So they are on the board, at least.
Yeah. Don't know what that round was, though. That was like just a bunch of players individually pushing all over the place. Coro just walking up 8 pipes, multiple players running through mid. You know, it's not like a tactical win. Similar to Haven, like a couple of these rounds where they're winning them, but not in the way that fills you with confidence. Don't know if you get what I'm putting down.
I always get what you're putting down, homie. Because you put me up.
You raised me up. Josh Groban. Love to see it. Alright, well. Peace again. Trying to force their way into this site here. That's a good spam from Ronski. Koro's up here with the Empress coming out. You even got the Viper's Pit. So we got a couple of things happening here for Peace. They're doing pretty well. Winning a lot of those duels, investing a lot of those ults to take this A site. They've done a great job in that round, but they need to try to keep as many guns up as they can because they're on this comeback train, and I think Order has another buy after this.
Clean frag from Coro. Does actually manage to slip his way onto the rafters as well. Now on the Disco, and he's not going to be able to find anything. Ronski on the Viper. Does actually manage to pick up here. Should likely swap that operator over to Clutchy. And he'll continue kicking on. Okay, Clutchy actually... Nope, never mind, he sold it. That's good. But now they can move forward into this one. Not quite destroying the economy of Order just yet. Blades available for Autumn, so they'll be able to have a nice and normal round here. And then potentially can be reset by Peace if they find another. But maybe not even keeping up about that 1500 mark.
Yeah, like I think Peace, they probably got another buy in them. Ult economy firmly in the favor of Order, though. They got 4 ults here. They're going to pop the Blades. They've got Hunter's Fury. They got the Lockdown. They got a Res. So you'd be backing them to pick this round up. See if they can convert.
And Autumn's up super close, going for this duel. Will he be ready for it? He will, but Coro just a little bit more switched on in this situation. able to find that opening frag. But now Coro will be continuing that lurk as well, straight through mid, but Maple will catch him off, denying him. I don't feel like we've actually spoken a whole lot about Maple this game. Maybe they've avoided him a little bit. The rest of his team kind of forcing their way forward. Wall is down. Nellery should be able to find the plant onto the other side. So it is a 4-on-4, and Clutchy being able to pick up that frag, not quite caught out. They'll slip away out of the glass clasps of Tux.
Yeah. See if Order's going to attempt this retake. Lockdown's available, but Disco's way out of position. I think they're just playing for exits at this point. In peace. Another great round. Coro's doing a good job on his entry duty on the Reyna.
And Maple, at least able to find one, but I think he just wants to get the hell out of there. 8 points of HP. Not really anything he can do. So yeah, just Tux running away, looking to save. And obviously with that buy into the next round, they've got something to work with. But Peace, yeah, starting to claw it back. Maybe they heard us talking smack and want to give us something to watch a little bit more.
Poor Maple. Very low there. Definitely does not want to go down. Trying to hold on to his weapon. I think Order had a couple of players that were quite close to being able to buy. So with the 2 rifles saved over and Autumn going for the blades in the last, they're just going to reinvest into this round. It's a nice little save to give themselves another gun round crack. But here, issue really being is that Peace, with 3 in a row, have built up their own economy quite substantially. They should be able to go for another 1 or 2 buys after this one, especially because Clutchy's got those blades available. So if he saves those to use for economy rather than for impact, you'd be backing Peace to have buys for many rounds yet to come. We'll see how Order go though.
Wondering what line Autumn was actually looking to take just there. Got nice and aggressive early, but he will fall away from A. Clutchy taking his operator towards B long, and Ronski also looking to early on get into the tube. They are pushing in though. Maple just around the corner. Will be spotted out by Sicko in just a second. Toxic Screen keeps them at bay though for a little while, and Ronski's going to walk straight into the crosshairs of Texter this time. Does get the wall down as well, and Sicko's caught off guard as well.
Beautiful.
Great opening mid-control there from Order.
It's a 2-man little crossfire. Wall goes in though. Peace have secured this B site control, but Autumn is starting to get his operator on, as we know the man likes to do. And it's all on Coach Nell. Didn't even think he would be playing today, most likely. But now he's going to have to 1v5, and he's going to have a tough time doing that with the heal out.
Yeah. I think that wall was a little bit of a mistake as well. But hey, look, at least cleared up enough space, gets the spike planted. And we've got 3 more rounds left in the half, and Order, that's exactly what the doctor had for them in store. I mean, so they can continue to kick forward.
It's a great round because it's 5 alive and they don't even use any of those ults to be able to take it. So now you're looking at this round, they've still got a whole bunch of ults online. Do have the blades for Clutchy, but he's gone straight back into the operator yet again. So likely going to be holding on to those for a little bit longer.
Well, it looks like Order's almost set up for the rest of the half at this point, I suppose, with their economy.
Yeah, getting there. Getting there. 1 more would be the cherry on top.
So no opening duels just yet. Looks like the operators are just off the line, but Peace definitely firmly walking their way up towards this A site, and whether or not anyone will actually be spotted. Coro gets caught off, and now Autumn lines them up a little bit, but he only gets a leg shot here, and Ronski's actually managed to take him down. Ronski, what an entry on the Viper, getting in there and destroying the lockdown as well. Maple will be able to find one back, and Texter good for the res. Now Coro, he can look to get up into this heaven position. Spike planted by Nellery, but there comes the Hunter's Fury. Coro looking to do some damage, peppered on the top, but still a 4-on-4 retake here, Mitch.
Yeah, a bit of a rare mistake from Order, not holding the push through the wall. And Ronski's actually given Peace an in into this round, but Order do not want to let them in. Gonna try to hold down this retake.
1 for 1. Wall goes down. Clutchy needs to get aggressive now. We'll find another, but they're not on the defuse. Sicko can hold it. Beautiful. And there we go. A much better round, but that was Ronski really taking matters into his own hands there.
Yeah, there was like 3 players standing around the lockdown, and the man's just allowed to push through his own Viper wall. I think that's just one of those plays that like Order is just assuming it won't happen, you know, just kind of absent-mindedly, you know, chilling, bumbling around, waiting. They're like, all right, wait for 10 seconds for the lockdown, getting ready for the retake. Don't even think it's a possibility that old mate's going to send it.
Ronski doing Ronski things. And yeah, like he's been a player that I've definitely been keeping my eye on. Seems like there is still some, you know, I guess immaturity levels that might be something to overcome over the time, but he's certainly been a fantastic prospect and, you know, definitely someone that I think you can rely on to, you know, play the way a duelist needs to play.
Yeah. It's all up border though, at least for this round. Rez comes in. That's going to be taken straight out of the equation from Disco, sitting in the top of the site. It's on Koro. He's got an operator in his hand, going to try and dig deep to get Peace out of a bad situation. I'm not going to go past the 2-on-4. It's definitely possible for these two players in particular, the way that they've been playing today, but Sorta on top yet again. Similar state of affairs to Haven. Couple of good rounds in there for Peace, but across the larger sample size, Order seemed to be a little bit more consistent.
Wait. Okay. In that round, Autumn's just been like, nah, I don't want the operator. Gives it to Disco instead. You know, the Killjoy operator, new strat.
Interestingly enough, I think that's exactly what we saw from Peace. Usually, Tensai is usually using the operator, but I'm not sure if that's going to continue when Ronski's in this lineup or not.
And that's why Autumn didn't want the op. Just wanted to cruise on in, find the opener straight on the pipes. As the Our drone goes over the top, will be destroyed. There's 3 hungry members of this order lineup waiting, and seems like Peace are just sort of walking straight into their clasps.
Yep. They are walled off, slow orb. There's so many things in their way that are just disrupting them. Ronski, after farming that orb, does get the Viper's Pit online, but the Hunter's Fury back from Sicko, getting quite a bit of damage done. That's going to set up Ronski for success. Man pushes forward. Texter still playing behind his wall, though, could actually be the difference maker, and that's just going to set up Tux. A nice little crossfire, just taking contact off of each other. And Order setting themselves up nicely to take this 8th round here.
And look at the flank coming in. Should be nice and easy for Disco, who is in position, but Sicko's playing it nice and patient. Tux, a little bit shaky on the aim, but how good was that hold from Tux and Texter there? You know, the team synergy, the ability that they've got after... Geez, because could you, like, if we did the math, how long do you reckon they've played together now between Valorant and Counter-Strike?
I can tell you.
Yeah, go.
I can tell you the answer to this question. Hold on. It just takes a couple little Google searches.
Because it was obviously always the Chiefs roster. Like, I think the second Texter left Dark-Sided, which was that roster, like Dick Stacey, Flicks, Sync, that went to London. Pretty sure then Tux joined, and then it was from on there.
Okay, it's going to be pretty insane, actually. I think we're going on 5 years.
Wow.
December 2017 is when Texter joined the Chiefs.
Yep.
Tux was in Chiefs since mid-2015.
Yep.
Or late 2015. So we're talking December 2017 onwards. These guys have played together.
There you go. So, yeah, Jesus. Coming on a long, long time. But look, it shows, you know, like you can just see how well they play off each other and how, you know, Tux has obviously been a great partner in crime for Texter as he develops over the years.
Yeah, getting to the 3.5, 4 year mark, man. Pretty insane. All right, Pistol. So far for Order, they've lost this first pick. They're trying to get in towards this A-bomb site, but it's seeming troublesome. So they're going to make their way back out because Texter is doing what I was watching him do against Wildcard, which is lurk aggressively on the attacking side and call around it. Trying to find gaps in the rotations.
All
so
the
far,
info
he's doing a pretty massive job of it.
Knife. Nope, just gets up close. Yeah, super big stuff there. However, Clutchy up on the top of the site. It's going to put it all in Disco in a 1 versus 4. And Sicko will catch him. So unfortunately, the lurk doesn't pay off for Texter this time around, but he definitely did get a lot of info during that play.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, going back to B, I guess they just kind of assumed that it wouldn't be that long B setup from the two players, which, to be fair, I guess that's not unreasonable. A lot of teams play retake B on this map. But wasn't the case for Peace on the pistol. Had the 2 players over there towards B and kind of caught off guard Order a little bit. So it's a nice start. It's a nice start. Pistol. Now they're into the anti-eco. They're really evening up this scoreline. It's a little bit more fight out of Peace. And I'm not hating it.
What about that?
Yeah, look, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
He does less of it now, Clutchy.
It's a bit more of the return to the Clutchy from Kanga, where it's
Correct, exactly.
You're pushing and winning the round, or you're throwing the round.
Yeah, basically that. Like, this round, classics only. You shouldn't be losing anything. But Maple's walked away with 2. It's a 2-on-2 now, Mitch. Like, their bonus is already shot, and Maple's running straight out of it.
Yeah.
Get caught by Nellery. They might lose this round. Like,
this is literally what I constantly have a go at teams that I coach and things like that about. It's just like some of these anti-ecos that I'm watching in Oceania are very scuffed.
Yeah. And it happens like, because it reminds you of what happens in a putt, right? It's just that aggressive play. It doesn't need to happen. You're sort of like, oh, it should be an easy round. They've only got classics, and then you walk into a stack. But yeah, the good thing I can comment about Clutchy is the fact that he doesn't do that often anymore. So I hope that is a rare occurrence, because they've completely burnt their money. But they do have the bye regardless. They've won the rounds. Had to rely on a 1v1 clutch, though, only against classics.
Yeah, against classics. And like you said, their money's shot. We got 3 light armors here. And if they lose this round, they're going to be broke. Order's going to go up to double digits. And essentially, you're just reducing the amount of gun rounds that you get to play in a half. That's all you're doing at that point.
Autumn, good pick there on the Clutchy. We're still very aggressive and good utility of the recon bolt from Maple. So he is slotting into the team very, very nicely so far. Koro will be able to recover that one, though. Gets the Devour out to heal himself up. But Autumn has got to heal at the exact same light. So they're going to start to reapproach back over towards this A site. And Sitko, oh, he's been spotted, but Disco, he's been stuck with the mouse wheel. Yep.
Oh, boy.
No charges.
Good stuff from Tex, though. And this is Peace looking like they're about to be economically reset after that classic round. It's happening almost immediately. I haven't seen that much out of Autumn as of recently. He's going to get caught off guard by Koro, but Tux with full mid control. Just so many contingencies, so many lurks. That's what I love about Order. Just players who know how to make reads and know how to intuitively push at certain angles. But like even going back to that like Rising Heroes Grand Final and the like last stage of VOT as well, I feel like Autumn has been a bit quiet as of late. So I'd really like to see him pick up that form as we're heading towards the tail end of this year. I want to see the best possible version of Order head overseas and represent our region, because we know that they can definitely do us proud.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? You know, I think, like, whilst they might not be quite up to the level of Sonics, especially since Sonics have got that, you know, constant prac, you know, taking a map off Sentinels even recently, you know, their icebox is almost unmatched in NA completely, which is huge. Order is, I think, a team that, like, you know, they'll be ready, I think, for the level of competition. Like, there's going to have to be some adaptation. They'll certainly have to be watching, like, a whole lot of these, you know, NA tournaments as well. So they're ready for the meta. But they're definitely, like, a team that, you know, I'm confident, and I'm sure you can, you know, feel along with this as well. Like, they're not just going to rock up and get absolutely dumpsters. You know, they've got a chance.
I actually disagree. I think they're just as good as Sonics, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, I think they could get up there hard.
Yeah. But just a case of exposure to, like you said, exposure to practice, opportunities, all that stuff.
Yep. Very much like your Renegades, right? You know, the more and more time they spend over in EU, that's when they're going to do better and better results over time. You know, seeing them take a map off bloody Na'Vi last night. Crazy stuff.
They're playing again tonight, man. Furia. It's winnable. It's
Very
at a decent
winnable.
time. If you're not watching that game, I don't know what you're doing.
Well, you got two best of
Saturday
threes of
nights.
Valorant.
Saturday nights are not for the boys. They're for CS.
Yep. 2 games of Valorant and then straight into Renegades versus Furia. How good is that for OCE FPS?
I'm feeling it, dude. I'm ready. Order are kind of feeling it as well in this round. So far, so good with the, you know, anti-eco, anti-half bite.
One down.
They're losing a couple of guns, though. I'm not liking that. See if they can lock it down more cleanly.
Do Peace even look to find their way back into this? That's the question. Does look like they are. Definitely giving it a solid crack here. Looks like Ronski's going to head back and clear out. So maybe just going to try and hold that line from Snowman, picking it up with the Marshall. Dink up from Maple. But Clutchy gets aggressive, Tux will deny, and that's going to be Texter as well. So round closed out. Ronski can't quite find a whole lot, so they lose a lot of the rifles, but at least they'll be moving into the next one with something. Good shot from Ronski, but now ought to move up to 10. This is do or die really now for Peace, as they have to start to scrouge together a few more rounds here. Otherwise, we'll be saying goodbye to them for now and seeing them drop into the lower bracket. But I guess, look, at the end of the day, man, like, Nellery, as you cannot criticize him in any way, shape, or form being thrown into this game, like, swap him out for 10th side. Maybe there might actually be something that we've got to watch tomorrow.
Oh, no, I totally agree with that. Totally agree. I mean, they're going to drop down... What's that, against Wildcard or Mind Freak? I can't remember which one.
I think
Either way, it's
Mind
going to be...
Freak. I think.
That's going to be a good game.
Yeah, should be. Here's hoping. That's all I want, man. Good Valorant. We've had a fair bit of it lately.
Yeah, Autumn. That's beautiful. 2-man entry on the Vandal. It's a bit more like it. Clutchy trying to dig deep, trying to get his team out of a difficult situation. And if I'm Disco there, I'm a little bit upset about what I have been subjected to. Oh, that's beautiful, actually. Clutchy having some
Get
great
another
rounds.
one. Nah, Vansky there.
You will not kill
And the
my
res
ally.
too. Good one from Nellery on the response, but Ronski only with the Marshall. Autumn's going to take him down. And come on, mate. If you want to step up, now's your time. Recon Bolt goes through. Will force his way back. Maple walking in, though. And that cheeky little head up the top. Can't quite flick over to that. So Autumn now set up 11 rounds. So this should be the buy that we see from Peace, I think.
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
Yeah. No.
something. It's something.
It's been a messy last couple of rounds for Peace. Definitely feel like they've checked out a little bit.
Yeah. Got to protect that ego, dude.
Oh, yeah. That's the one.
See if they can steal any more rounds away
Get out of my way.
towards the later parts of this game. Definitely had some big plays from a lot of the lads. That's not ideal. It's been walled
Yeah,
off by
that
the
was an
coach.
accident. No.
That's beautiful. That's coach saying, don't push.
Yeah, stop pushing, Clutchy. And they've got 2 opening frags and Clutchy's still alive. 3
Oh,
even.
beautiful.
Maybe that wall was the answer.
Yep. It's big brain.
Yeah.
Put coach on the stage.
Can't let Autumn get away with any more, though. We'll be taken down, and man,
Try harder.
Okay.
they get it done. Good
It's getting
damage
there.
from Tux, though, yeah.
It's getting there. I'm looking at Clutch. He's got, well, I called him Clutch. Pretty much says it all. I'm looking at Tux. He's got a Viper's pit. He's going towards the bomb site. Thank God he
Yep.
never made it there, because that wouldn't have been good news.
Well, that's the funniest thing to me is just still going to that, right? There's a potential that Clutchy died first, but because the wall sent him back, he was actually there to find the final frag in the round.
Yeah.
Slowed him down a little bit.
That's another nice round for Peace. Okay, we put one more on the board. We reset the money. Now we're talking about double digits. We got a game on our hands.
Barrier created.
The opportunity's there. That's a weird wall, man. That's such a weird wall.
You can see right over it.
Yeah.
Doesn't really do a whole
Who's that
lot.
stopping? That's literally like the equivalent of that security guard meme that's just like hover handing people.
Yeah. Or like a door frame with a door, but there's no wall around it.
Welcome to my world.
So true. So true.
All right, so they've got the site immediately. It's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake. Hunter's Fury engaged by Sicko. Will tack up his teammate, though. Clutchy goes down to the hands of Autumn. We'll see a Poison Cloud come in from Ronski. He's trying to shoulder it, but we know how good Autumn is. Now Maple, Texter, getting the job done. Autumn with 3. That's the pickup that you wanted to see from him. And now they move themselves up to map and series point here.
Yeah. I mean, that was the economy breaking round. That could have been the round where Peace kind of got themselves into potentially a winning position. Doesn't end up eventuating, though. And similar to the last map, man. Order dead even across the board. All the boys fragging up. Love to see it.
All right. So last ditch effort. Ronski back on the Marshall. Clutchy just with the Sheriff. What have they got for us, Mitch?
It's a mid push. Trying to dig deep. Trying to make the big play.
Straight into the back pocket of the strat book. They are just up on the other side of the toxic screen. Autumn.
Stay down.
Nice and easy, utilizing the tailwind, and they'll run straight into him, but that's a step. Obviously, with the changes to the operator, one small step, and that throws the bullet. Bronski finds one, but I think that's the game done, Mitch.
It's looking like it, mate. Looking like it. It's into big plays on the Marshall from Ronsky. He's going to go for the Vandal, but Maple is on the Chad line.
Toxins going up.
Has not left where you buy guns. Disco's walking through middle. That should be it.
Oh, come on, Ronsky. Give us something, bro. Don't just toss it out. I guess, yeah, look, a little bit of an anticlimactic series overall. I guess I can say I'm disappointed, but at the exact same time, like, Order, they needed to win that one out relatively cleanly. They absolutely did. We saw some pure aim rounds from some of the members of Peace that did get some good rounds. And I suppose they've just gone into this game. They're like writing it off completely. They just had no intention of putting the full go into this one. But look, it is what it is. They're not done. They will come back tomorrow. But yeah, well done to Order. They're your first team qualifying for the next stage.
Nothing surprising about that whatsoever. Definitely the strongest team, so definitely the ones that you would expect to qualify to the final stage in the first position. Probably have a pretty good seed as well. It's exactly what we'd be expecting from them, but we do have another banger series coming up after this one.
Yeah, I think so. The next one obviously is that one that we really do sort of set full focus on towards. It will, of course, be straight out of the zoo up against Team Bliss and, those teams that did earn their way into the upper bracket. But we do actually have a cheeky little interview and, it is going to be the usual man, the myth, the legend, Texter. Let's see if we can get him onto the screen right now. There he is, the king. How you doing, brother? Oh, we got you, Matt.
Sorry, boys, I didn't hear a word you guys said.
Oh, have we got him? Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I can hear you boys now.
How you doing, brother?
Doing good, bro. What about you guys?
Yeah, not too bad. I guess, look, do you have much to say about that game? You guys just kind of rolled them over and crushed them.
Yeah, I think we made a couple mistakes, which is good. They obviously had a sub, so it was unfortunate for them. I don't think they took the match too seriously, not to throw any shade, but like on Icebox, for example.
We agree. Don't worry.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. There's not much really to add.
All right. I mean, I only had really one question, to be honest, because I feel like I've asked you a million questions over a couple different comps now. But obviously, the most recent thing we're talking about, you picked up Maple instead of signed. Kind of just wondering what the decision making was behind that. And also, I'm kind of noticing that, you're just picking up every guy from CS that just is dropping bombs in pugs and running around smashing people in AZ champs and stuff. What's going on there?
I think the CS players probably definitely have like a fundamental advantage over like other players because the game is ran pretty similar. Like the way you view different abilities and ultis is like sort of similar to Counter-Strike in terms of the utility that's used in that game. It's just there's just a lot more going on in Valorant, to be honest. But I don't think it's necessarily us targeting the CS boys, maybe a little bit because we're biased subconsciously, but obviously Maple's a really good player and has been putting in a lot of work and just was a better fit for us for the future. I was sort of just looking towards the future and we thought he was the better fit for our team, basically. Just things just didn't work out between us and Sign. Pretty simple. Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Well, look, we're liking the roster right now, man. And I guess, you've had a relatively easy run as we've expected into that stage 3. So go enjoy the rest of your afternoon, my man. And, take care.
Cheers, boys. Appreciate it.
The man himself, always great to have a bit of a chat to Texter. But look, I'm liking their new roster, Mitch, as we sort of spoke about. And, it's cool to see them flex onto some different agents. And as you mentioned, they're the ones that are really that, guaranteed shoe-in for what we can feel for NA unless someone really steps up over the next couple of months.
Yeah, I'm kind of almost excited because it's like you get to see every single bloke that's just been like doming you in pugs for like the last however many X years go overseas to NA and they're not going to know what's hit them, mate. They're not going to know what's hit them. Yeah. You just got a bunch of the boys from ESEA pugs just one-beating you on every angle. That's what I'm hoping to see, but might not end up eventuating. We'll see. Order definitely a very, very strong team at the moment and obviously the first ones to qualify through there, not too surprising.
Well, for sure. It's funny. I always think back to the moments, right? And ESCA back in the days, always ran that solo queue, right? There was 3 people that I had added for only one reason of I would not queue when they were queued because I knew they were going to slap me around. Disco, Floor, which is Autumn, and Panic. And 2 of them are on order. So am I surprised? Not really at all. But, fantastic bunch of guys. Always great to get into the brain of Texter as well, liking what he said about Maple. But look, guys, we do have another series around the corner. So thank you all for watching so far. We will be back as soon as we possibly can to dive into that series between Straight Outta the Zoo and Bliss. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, 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 what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to what will be our second best of three of the day, where we will be seeing another one of these two teams qualifying through to that main event, the Stage 3 Regional Finals. This is the Valorant Oceanic Tour of 2021. I'm Conky, this is Pilski, and Mitch. Hopefully a little bit of a closer game, as the last one was quite one-sided given the circumstances.
Yeah, potentially so. I'm hoping for a three-mapper. You know, both of these teams are teams we've had our eye on for quite a while. They're kind of been the most consistent teams across the last couple of stages in terms of teams that have made it from the open qualifier portion and then very consistently kept themselves in these closed qualifiers, to the point where if you look at the point breakdown, these guys are definitely up there. You know, they're kind of contesting to try to make sure they're the mainstays in terms of going through to that regional finals and, you know, giving it a bit of a crack, you know, a couple of upsets away, or maybe they hit a good run of form and you never know. It's kind of wide open a little bit.
Absolutely. So we have seen Order obviously move over to that next stage, which is totally understandable. You know, those guys have always got some good numbers. You know, we saw Peace go down to the lower bracket, but let's take a look at that bracket and what we've got, you know, obviously that's already happened over the last couple of days. This is day number 3. So as you can see over on that right side, Order have already made their way through, and, you know, we've already discussed pretty much what's happened over the last little while, but that game that we will be focusing on right now will be straight out of the zoo up against Team Bliss, and the loser will be heading over to face Mindfreak tomorrow. But the winner, obviously, that's a qualifying spot for them to get to the Stage 3 regional finals, which is where the teams will amass and accumulate those points. We're now right towards the end, Mitch, before we do have the Oceanic Nationals, which the top 2 teams will obviously be finding their way to the Last Chance NA qualifiers, where that does feed in to the Valorant champions.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a bloody rough run for Peace. Jesus, you got to go play Order, then Wildcard back to back. That's about as hard. That is literally the hardest run you can possibly get. As for Straight Out of the Zoo and Bliss, though, I mean, I look at any of these matchups. I look at Straight Out of the Zoo versus Bliss, and then I look at either Bliss Mindfreak or Straight Out of the Zoo Mindfreak. I feel like all of those are up in the air. We're in murky territory. You know, it used to be pretty cut and dry. You had sort of like a top 4 a little while ago. Now we've had some roster shuffles. We've had a couple of teams that have been kind of dipping in and out of form, maybe not showing the consistency that they had a little while ago. So these are the kind of matchups where it's kind of hard to pick yourself a winner, you know? It really depends on the day. It depends on the run of form that the team's having and how well prepared they are. And I guess we're going to find the answer.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Order sort of sitting at that rank 1, and then the rest of the 2 to about 6, I guess, is really made up of that, you know, Peace, Bliss, Wildcard, Mindfreak, Sots. So, yeah, very up in the air. Completely agree with that sentiment. But, you know, hoping that that matchup that we do have right now, given that it is a little bit of murky territory, you know, there's a potential of it opening up. So why don't we reintroduce the teams as usual? You know, there's been a couple of minor changes. We'll roll on in and give a little check to Team Bliss. A bunch of very, very handsome gentlemen. And one thing you will notice is actually a new player, and I do think that's the wrong photo. I think we got that's Nation, which is also another legend of the scene, but Azo is the newest addition, who's sort of more, you know, flexing around, picking up that Sova, and he's been putting up some really good numbers, you know, kind of topping that Bliss side, but across the rest, you know, no need for extra introduction. A legendary bunch of guys. You know, we've got obviously Easy, Freshest, Major, and Jungle Wow. So, you know, a common household name for us in Bliss now, and yeah, someone that we look to sort of sit inside that top 4.
Yeah, so this was the roster where they basically gone from when they were Fun Crew and grinding it through a couple of these open qualifiers, and they've kind of gotten themselves an org. They've made themselves a mainstay in terms of the closed qualifiers. They were definitely on an upward trajectory, just continually improving, especially when they had Bronski on the roster. You know, as of past the point where it was kind of like Order, Mindfreak, and then I think Bliss was kind of in the mix there as well. We had that kind of top 3 for a while. I think we're a little bit further away from that now, you know, and I'm kind of trying to quantify Bliss's form at the moment and where they're at as a team, because obviously they've lost one of their integral pieces. I guess you could similarly compare that to Ninum leaving Wildcard. You've got Runsky going out of the equation and getting replaced with a player that is not like for like in terms of the role that they play. So Bliss is going to have to kind of rediscover, because sometimes that's what happens. You take one player out of your roster and it ends up having a bit of a domino effect.
For sure, but now another bunch of, you know, real handsome looking guys here straight out of the zoo as usual. You know, it's funny, right? As we were sort of staying back in the sense that this roster was always one team that really considered themselves a pug team. They were very open about it. They didn't really strategize a whole lot. They just kind of, you know, felt out whatever they were keen on the day. But it turns out now they're actually pretty damn good, and they've given some extra time. You know, they've really been looking for a little bit more practice, and we know that they've been scrimming. We know that they've been developing. So I'm really keen to see what kind of agent lineups we're going to be seeing out of them. It's been quite some time since I've got a chance to, you know, keep an eye on them on the mic. So, but yeah, very household names at this point. You know, Yifang looking for the sort of Sova, Punda and Duddy Boy, Mike, Nice Hacks usually picking up that Jet. But look, across the board, you know, great bunch of guys, and I'm glad to see them still sticking around together as a 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've kind of just been, I guess, reinforced by the fact that they just consistently have good results. Like at the end of the day, you know, I'm not sure that they had so many expectations when they made the lineup, or maybe at points in time, either, you know, different priorities across the team or differing levels of motivation. But one thing is for sure, you know, you cannot deny the results that these guys have had. They've been in the closed qualifier very consistently. They've very consistently made it through these, you know, lengthy qualifiers into, you know, running the gauntlet against some of the better teams in Australia, and even taken some maps or caused some upsets, even just, you know, the day before yesterday, I believe, you know, taking map over Wildcard, which is pretty impressive considering they're the reigning champs, I think, of this VOT.
Yeah, no, for sure. Wildcard's a team that we've all been keeping our eye on and have put up some really, really good numbers. But here's the head-to-head right now. As we said, Azo sort of really picking up that Sova as of late. And to my understanding, Yifang is still running that as well. So, he's been an integral part of the roster, kind of, one of those members that we see, in the regular, the light of Twitter and everything like that. Really entertaining guy, seems to be a real genuine bloke. And Azo is that sort of new up-and-comer player, I suppose you could say. He was previously, I believe, on Paradox for a little while and up-and-coming in that regard. I think he did have a Fortnite background from my memory. So transitioning in towards Valorant, which I'm noticing a lot more Fortnite players are actually doing, shows good signs because that game is mechanically, it's super impressive. And I think, once they start to understand how to play a 5v5, it will be much more prevalent over time. So two fantastic players, integral parts of the roster, and really keen to see how Azo is slotting into Bliss, in the footsteps of Ronsky, who was, as you mentioned, that really integral part of carrying them to some big victories.
Yeah, I think, like I said before, it's not a like-for-like replacement. Like Azo, like you said, it's a Sova matchup that we're comparing here. He also has been seen playing some Breach, seen playing some Cypher, things like that. So he definitely doesn't fill the same role as Ronsky, which is going to cause a bit of a shuffle in terms of the roles for Bliss. I'd imagine you're going to have Major sort of shifting over to that main duelist player rather than flexing around a couple of different agents. And I'd imagine, again, this is going to be another team where they've lost one of their main Jet players. There's been a lot of movement in terms of these Jet players jumping around to different rosters and chopping and changing, and it's put a lot of teams in a kind of weird position because that's usually the player that you build your team around a little bit and you give a lot of space and room, and it's not always easy to replace that mainstay in terms of the firepower in your squad.
Yeah, for sure. And we will see how all those teams sort of settle in over the last little while. This has been a very interesting qualifier so far. And I think, when we determine who exactly is going to be making their way into that next stage, obviously all the teams in here, we're not going to forget about them. That means the 4 that are unsuccessful, they get another chance to go to the next close qualifier, number 2, which will then feed into that main event. So we're definitely going to be seeing these teams return regardless. They've done the hustle, they've got through the open, and now we'll check out the map. So looking below, this time, again, we're not going to see any Breeze, Mitch, so far. I've only had a little bit of casting of that map under my belt, but it is going to be Bliss to actually ban out Ascent, which means that we get Split come in to the rounds, and Icebox will be the opener. So, both teams have really solid Icebox, so I think it's going to be super interesting to see how that one goes. But Bliss picking up Split, that's a statement. Clearly, they've been practicing a fair bit on this one because, it's not often that we really see Split come out these days.
Yeah, I'm going back through Straight Out the Zoo's last few matches. I don't see Split at all. So I don't think they have too many reps in officials, at least in the last couple of series that they've played, which kind of inclines me to believe that Bliss has probably won the veto here. Like, I'm going through their last couple of series. How many splits we got? We got in best of 3. We got 2 against pretty good teams as well. They played against Mind Freak. They played at Nebula, decent result there. Like, they played this map a couple of times and they've opted to pick it. So, I think Straight Out of the Zoo probably looking towards Bind and Icebox unless they have something a little bit more on Split that we're not expecting. At the same token, though, these guys are always a bit of a question mark. Sometimes, even if they haven't put a whole lot of prac, whole lot of effort into the map, if a couple of the individuals are feeling it or they've try a comp that kind of catches their opponent off guard, they rely on a little bit of those more sort of intuitive kind of aggressive plays. That is something that you're going to have to deal with and have to shut down. So, like I said, I'm kind of inclined to believe that Bliss has won the veto, but again, it's kind of hard to judge sometimes when you don't have all the information. You just look at the reps that they've had in recent officials.
Yeah, for sure. And, understand that. So I think, it's a really good setup. As you mentioned, whether or not we'll see Bliss actually win out the veto, certainly have given themselves a good chance. But I just have been given the information, guys, that we will have to take a cheeky little break. One of the players is still coming back from, I believe, somewhere external. So hopefully they'll be loading into the server shortly. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute break off the screen, guys, and then we'll be heading straight back into hopefully the matchup between Bliss and Straight Out of the Zoo. Don't go anywhere.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Hello and welcome. We are back, and I do believe we've had a cheeky little final member joining the server, so we shouldn't be too far away, guys. I'm Conky, this is Pilski, and this is the Valorant Oceania Tour, the close qualifier number 1 of Stage 3. We are getting towards the tail end, the exciting part of the competition, where obviously this is the last chance in that regional finals of Stage 3 for the teams to accumulate points, which will allow them to go to that Oceanic regional finals. Mitch, moving into the video to discuss a little bit, what can we sort of expect to see out of this series?
Well, I'm kind of expecting that Bliss has kind of won the veto, as I mentioned. I'm expecting them to be pretty strong on split, and I haven't seen a whole lot of reps out of Straight Out of the Zoo, at least in officials, the last couple from them. We're used to seeing them on Ascent. We've seen them on a little bit of Icebox. We've definitely seen them on Bind. These are the maps that I'm, much more used to seeing from Straight Out of the Zoo, sometimes a bit of Haven. A lot of teams seem to stray away from the split, and I really, really like the fact that Bliss is opting to pick it. They're trying to exploit the map pool a little bit. If you can, adapt yourselves, if you can go a little bit wider on the map pool, particularly at this level of competition, you can often get yourself some pretty cheeky wins, to draw a comparison to Counter-Strike. A lot of the teams that tend to do well at, your premieres and things like that. If you have a good train, if you've got a good vertigo, things like that, you can really get a good edge on the map pool, especially in a best of 3 format.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, at this stage in the game as well, whilst obviously Breeze does extend out the map pool a little bit more, we're still in very, very early stages, right? We don't have a full 7 just yet. And I think if you're practicing every single map, and obviously there's so much versatility between different agent lineups, meta's changing. If you keep ahead of that curve, that's where the teams are really going to succeed. And you sort of started to feel, I felt like when, Astra and Viper became a little bit stronger in the meta, the teams that weren't adopting those agents were the ones that really fell by the wayside. And I think as a result of that, we are seeing some teams really sort of push through. But just got told, guys, we've got the agent selection going right now, so we are just around the corner.
Absolutely. I mean, I really feel like the team that can master Breeze and Split are going to do well in Oceania no matter what. You can basically get yourself a map that a lot of teams aren't too comfortable on. So if I was competing right now, and a lot of the time, I'd like to be like the RGL of the team or whatever. I would be nerding on those maps. I'd be watching a lot of demos of the EU teams, and I'd be cracking those maps hard out, because at the end of the day, you can only get one map respect banned away from you. And if you can get a Split or you can get a Breeze through the veto, then you're doing pretty well for yourself. So I really like seeing the approach that Bliss is going for, but do they have the prep to back it up?
For sure. I think we actually played a little bit of Breeze the other day on that Valorant grind. It's always a good bit of fun learning out those new maps, especially trying to establish all the new calls and the comms and everything like that. But overall, I think that's where...
Was it with you? Oh, I can't remember if it was with you or with Mac, but there was like one guy that was like floating with the jet and like killing people with the ult, like the daggers, and the guy on our team was like, he's floating, he's moving in the air or something like that. I'm like, com it properly, man. Com where he's at. He's like, well, it's not a com. He's in the sky, bro.
He's in the goddamn sky, bro. What are we supposed to do? Oh man, yeah. No, the game is just—it's so funny. Like, it's such an interesting game to play, but that's what makes it an exciting game to cast. And finally, we do have a match on our hands right now. Thank you again, guys, for sticking with us, and obviously a big shout to our production crew and of course the Observer, Crashman, who is always going to be doing the good things for you guys, bringing us in to Icebox. It is the opener here. We've got a guaranteed split around the corner as well. Very much looking forward to diving into this one right now. Bliss versus Straight Out of the Zoo.
Absolutely. An important match. This is a qualification match, to be honest, and both of these teams probably looking at it, probably saying this is very winnable. So definitely, if you're going to bring your A game to any match, this would be the one to do it. I'm going to start things off here. Pretty similar agent lineup for both of these teams. The only difference, obviously, being the Sentinel instead of the Duelist. You got the Killjoy for Bliss, you got the Raider for Straight Out of the Zoo. And I think that kind of tells you a little bit about these two team styles as well. Straight Out of the Zoo, definitely the kind of team they want to be a bit more aggressive. They want to take a few more aim duels. Cool to see Duddy Boy in particular going on a Duelist. I think that's where he does a lot of his best work. I think he's been a little bit limited by the smoke roll, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
But let's see if he's going to deliver in this key game here.
Yeah, definitely a Sharpie. Bliss spots out the cheeky member. Diving under on their way through. Easy's going to try and pick up a little bit of the ground, but Fleshious, great damage. Able to find the shot back with that shield. Still
Does
waiting
seem
back
like
now.
the straight out of the zoo want to be going towards this B site. Try and get that Sage wall down. There it goes. Planting outside the range of the Nano Swarm. Wall going down. Mike getting very antsy. Almost gets taken out by Azo, who's just gone straight for Sheriff on the Sova. And the spike's still not down yet, Mitch.
Yeah, Duddy Boy doing a similar thing on that Sheriff. Now easy, trying to go around the corner. The wall actually breaks, and ultimately that will be another frag found in the end. It trades back and forth into the 2 versus 2, and they're still trying to get this spike diffused as well onto the other side of the spike, but it will be Duddy Boy forcing his way in, all onto Punda, but he gets up close and personal, will be Major. Very, very nicely done there, Jungle. Just getting it to half, a little bit dicey, but that's okay. Both super low. Imagine if they accidentally stepped into the poison there, but never mind.
I mean, that's how you know it's still a little bit of a new game. People still not super on top of those timings, you know. If you saw a Counter-Strike boy run into a Molotov, he's very rarely going to go down to that. But still got to get used to the snake bites. Still got to get used to the broom molly or the nano swarms. Nano swarms I don't feel like people have as much trouble with.
Well, they're not as strong as they once were. Do you remember when they first got released on the Killjoy? It was like, my God, just burnt you to a crisp immediately. Couldn't see them on the map too.
I feel like every agent that's come out, I've like got into matchmaking. I've gone, this agent's like
busted.
Yeah.
A very Riot Games status. Release something that is absolutely disgustingly broken and then nerf it into the ground 2 weeks later.
I love it though. Love to see the trying stuff. Playing go down here for straight out of the zoo. They're on the eco, but they're getting quite a bit of work done. They've taken a kill. They're going to burn quite a lot of time off the clock here, and they still do have a Sheriff to play with. This is not a foregone conclusion here for Bliss to take this round.
Absolutely not. Major gets the right jump, dropping down Yufang, and now over to the other side. Duddy Boy. Major still keeping his composure though. Looking good so far on this jet. And they break the wall, and now the defusal has an opportunity. Still able to look in the face of adversity, and the 4 members of Bliss, they continue on the rest of the rounds. Get onto the defusal, mate. Nah, that's okay. Gonna hold on to that one for Fleshist. He's gonna be able to work his way towards the res. So yeah, look, very nicely done from Bliss, holding on to that second. We are likely going to be seeing that buy come out from straight out of the zoo. Checking up on that economy now. Yep, there it is.
All right. Do get one off of the knives here for Major, so I'm eager to see if that man's going to go for orb control over towards A. He's got a bunch of his friends over there. Sova potentially over there to lend a dart. You got the Viper wall on the A side of the map here. You got the Toxic Orb ready to go for jungle, so I think they really are looking to try to get these knives online. A lot being invested here, a lot of manpower for Bliss over towards the A side.
Love this aggression, really trying to take matters into their own hands. Yifeng's going to be spotted out, but look how ready they are for this, Mitch. Immediately damage dealt, Mike to punish Major, and there's your duelist already gone in the round. It is only the bonus, but still some really good damage coming out early for straight out of the zoo.
Actually love that. I don't feel like you would have seen that a little while ago from straight out of the zoo. They're actually playing fundamentally very sound right now. Punishing the aggression, not getting caught off guard by this bonus. They're doing a pretty phenomenal job here. And I guess kind of speaks to the development that these guys have made last couple of months. You know, going from a team that would just W, that was quite painful to watch in anti-eco, anti-bonus. This is looking great for him.
Yeah, now real clean. And look at this lurk from Punda. I mean, he does get spotted by the alarm bot, but it's enough to turn them around. Mike finds the frag on the Fleshist, and now Jungle Wow playing a deep game, looking to swing around Snowman in just a second. Obviously, we did see Easy find that singular frag with the Marshall. Very sharp shot, but if straight out of the zoo can live on with 4 members here, that's a phenomenal result. Mike, great shot. Has the res now available, and Jungle all the way back at Snowman. Punda's going to be looking to find him, and I think regardless, Jungle's probably going to go down to the spike here anyway, so that's a good round close. He does find one under Mike, so it's only going to be 3 alive here, but should be. How's the Radio Knight going to go? Goodbye.
Just a bonus, 2 guns taken away, so a pretty even result across the board. Pretty even game. You are going to have straight out the zoo able to reinvest. Major has access to those knives now after dying. So maybe better that he didn't go for them in that last round, as obviously having access to them in this round will definitely help out the Bliss economy. Was getting a little bit below having access to that Vandal. Got the res ready for Mike. Got one off the res for Fleshist. So both of the Sages really fragging up, getting quite close to these ultis. Does seem like Straight Out Zoo very eager to go for some A main control. Only the Viper over here for Bliss. And look at this mid push. Major pretty deep all the way down. A lot of control in this part of the map for Bliss as they look to try to retake A.
Yeah, Hazel there to support him. Walking in now, our drone will be spotted, but now the pace starts to be picked up. Buddy Boy does get spotted by Jungle. Now sitting inside that cubby, the full focus is there, and that means Flesh just can swing on in and strike. And unfortunately, Major, he's run out of the blades. Yep, Punda and Yufeng are going to be able to capitalize onto that accordingly. Now in the 4 versus 3, wall goes down, but Flesh just brings it up to an equalizer, and they can look to get the res here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Straight Out of the Zoo almost taking the site, but not feeling comfortable to get the spike down. Instead, going to be playing retake, trying to punish the res. And I thought that they were going to get a little bit better luck there, but unfortunately, Bliss winning a couple of the duels. Straight Out of the Zoo, they still do have their own res available. The only player, though, that is resable is in Nest, which is a bit of an awkward situation. They're going to chuck that Toxic up there. They're going to keep him alive.
30 seconds left.
Back into a 3-on-3 now. Just this awkward standoff between both of these teams.
Yeah, 2 members on Bliss really low as well, and that Snakebite might not quite actually catch Azo. He's done well here to avoid it. Now the Hunter's Fury to come out. So much has been expended into this round, and Punda, can he get more? Yes, he can! There we have it. Finally, the stalemate does get overwhelmed in the form of Punda on that Viper, and he will shut down around here as Straight Out of the Zoo pick up the second and deny the economy push from Bliss.
Yeah, beautiful. That's a big swing round. Nice and early on, just starting off the game on the right foot. Bliss going to go for a bit of a half buy, well aware that the attacker's side economy still not built up yet, so there's still a chance to slow down that snowball, pick up a couple of frags, make your job easier a little bit later on. But Straight Out of the Zoo, another opportunity for them to have a nice anti-eco here. I really love their approach to the bonus. I'd love to see that continue here.
Oh, great opening shot there, and a second. Nice looking confident. He wants more. There's a third.
Wow.
Give him the fourth at this
Blades.
point. Knows where Major is. The old cloud burst curving around. Now Jungle has to try and find something here, forces his way in, and Daddy Boy is going to do the exact same thing, getting him off the line in towards mid, and now can be relatively free real estate towards this site. Major gets some info, but he actually does punish Mike in the process. Still a 4v2, the way of Straight Out of the Zoo.
Dude, they're looking so good right now. Not even going to lie. Like, they're looking very cohesive. They're working together well. They're sticking as a unit. This is exactly how you want to be running your anti-eco. And Bliss, like, at the moment, kind of left reeling. I feel like they're kind of getting out-aimed, outplayed a little bit. Yeah, there's plenty of series left to go, but already I'm seeing some of these Straight Out the Zoo players performing very well, and not in the sense of, like, they're just, like, being let off the leash, you know? Well within the means of the macro aspects of the team, if you know what I mean. Like, not playing individualistically, but still playing very well.
No, it's very, very clean and impressive to watch. And, you know, that's the cool thing, right? It's not only that these 5 guys have stuck around for a while and really put in the work together in the officials. Now, you know, since they start putting together that practice and really improving over time, it has just been great to watch. So they're showing really nice signs here in the early stages. And as you mentioned, you know, plenty more series to go. But, like, just thinking back, this was what? An LF3 post for Rise of Valor just under a year ago. And the other 3 members of the Motley crew decided to join on in, and they've stayed together ever since.
It's paying off for them. 1 game away from qualifying here. And they're already looking good in the opening stages of Icebox. Yes, it is their map pick. 3 ults to play with in this round. Lockdown's available here for Easy. And no Hunter's Fury to be able to respond. See how this round does end up going. Nice hacks. Drops the Vandal over and opts to go for the knife. So a bit more of an economic approach. Major trying to fill the shoes of Vronsky here on the operator. I'm eager to see how effectively he's able to do it.
There's one for Azo inside mid. Will be traded. And now he actually looks to hold out the ultimate. Okay. Popping the Viper's Pit here. And that's got to bait out Easy, but he's ready for it. Not going to have any of that right now, so Bliss still at the advantage. Flesh is holding the line, denies the spike, and Major is there as well to defend for a little while longer, all on a Yifeng in a 1 versus 4, and Bliss, you know, trying to live up their name here on top.
Yep. It's a great turnaround. No money to play with, so definitely want to be surviving with all 4 alive. But that's a nice pick from Yifang. 50 HP to the man's name, but he's still keeping this round competitive.
Ooh.
Trying to take some more guns away. The crosshair placement's good for him.
Wow.
That's a massive kill onto Easy. Even if he doesn't convert this clutch, just the economic pressure that he's applying to Bliss right now is excellent. Are they going to get the operator back as well? That's going to be important. They do manage to scavenge that, but you could just see the effect of those 2 kills on their economy.
Can someone get thank you?
So back in it, looking to refocus. Another purchase, fully across the board. And are they trying to play around a little bit of keeping the extra money up? Not quite. They will fully reinvest. Unfortunately, Easy has to take a peg. Just going with the Spectre. But this is, yeah, impressive from both teams. You know, seeing some really bright signs. And I think so far, just by we're getting this opener, we might actually have a pretty decent series on our hand.
Dude, I'm getting hyped right now.
Yeah.
Operator duel, going the way
Ooh.
of Major. Changing up his positioning, going towards B long, where Jungle has more often than not just been playing solo. But Major staying active, moving around the map a little bit, gives them the man advantage in a critical gun round. Sots need to turn around this 4-on-5. Otherwise, more than likely, they're going to be broken, have to go back to the drawing board.
Yifeng trying to make up some ground here. Clearing it out, but he does cruise back. Punda going to pick up that operator. And Mike also just waiting to see if anything does continue to push up. But, you know, Bliss very happy with that early B control that they did gather, and they can pretty much send themselves back. So playing a much more passive route.
I mean, they've got the Hunter's Fury for retake. They've got the lockdown for retake. They're quite happy to sit back on their 5-on-4 advantage. But there's a tag in from Azo. Going to find the pick with the Hunter's Fury onto Yifang. Even using the last tick just to check B long. Make sure there isn't a pick to come in. The leg, unfortunate for Major, does mean that the man goes down, but still the man advantage and the lockdown in the back pocket here for Bliss as Sots take the A site.
Look at this confidence from Punda. He is straight in there as well, trying to find something with this operator, and he'll get away with it as well. This is beautiful from Punda. Looking to find a third, but unfortunately does go around the other side. Good response from Jungle Wow. Now looking to push into the side. Empress pop for Daddy Boy. It's all onto him now in this 1 versus 3 in the movement to get around, but Fleshless, he's ready for it. And my God, Mitch, this is certainly living up to what we wanted right now. It is a tit for tat, a back and forth, but Bliss forced the hand of straight out of the zoo and take another round with the lead intact.
Only 2 guns up though. And that is the side effect of how close these rounds are getting. Just back and forth action. Actually, plenty of money in the back pocket here for Sots. They can keep this competitive, even drop a Vandal over. Might have to forego 1 rifle, but for the most part, a pretty good buy across the board. A little bit of money in the back pocket for Bliss, and they definitely have the ult advantage right now. Viper's Pit do have the blades, which I'm not sure you're going to be interested in popping in this round unless, you know, you get yourself into a dicey situation or need the mobility. And still the lockdown as well.
Trying to get that early info over towards the top. Major spotted out, but he won't get ticked quite. It's going to be able to destroy that one. That's actually a leg shot as well, and Niceack's also taken rather low.
Major's getting robbed right now.
Yeah,
He's just
that's
legging
3 in a row.
everybody, not getting a single kill converted there. He's going to go for a little bit more here as he takes out the drone, but this is where the contact play is coming out for Sots.
The wall's going to keep them at bay for a little while longer. Azo healed up to put him back in the fight. But Azo, he's up very, very close here, and that's going to be the wall onto the other side. So Mike, lucky to be alive. Major, though, recontesting. This time finally connects a shot, and there's those blades. But you did mention the lockdown's going to come through, but Fleshless, he will re-entry now. Bliss don't want to overstay too much. They can start to really sort of force their way in. Get them off with this lockdown, and that's already going to be half. Jungle picks another. You're exactly right. Round is done. Defusal comes through. And yeah, couldn't even get away. Being there's a detainee right now. Yifang's going to go down as well. It's all a blunder. Everyone goes down for straight out of the zoo, and Bliss definitely forced their way forward. That's got to be an eco now for the zoo guys.
Yeah, half buy. They've still got a bit of money in the back pocket. A little bit of loss bonus building up here after the last 3 have gone the way of Bliss as well. That was textbook how to retake when you've got that ult advantage there from Bliss. Just using the operator to punish anybody who takes a step out of line, looking for that opening pick, not over-aggressing too much, and then just the lockdown to flush them out of the site and punish them on the way out. It was beautiful to watch from Bliss. And Major really not disappointing on the operator so far. To be fair, he could probably even have double the kills that he's found with the gun so far, but so many leg shots so far this game.
He's created a lot of space for his team, though. Like, the opening picks he's managed to find so far has been really, really nice to witness. As easy, drops down Yifeng inside mid, but looks like the rest of them going to force their way back as Azo's got mid control.
Here.
Straight out of the zoo. Having a tough time in this round. Obviously, they didn't have the weaponry advantage, but they would have at least to try to take a couple frags away. It's not going to happen. This is absolutely beautiful from Bliss these last 4 rounds. 6-3, they're up after a 1-3 deficit, I think it was, or a 3-2 deficit, I believe. And they've got such a strong economy. Look at that, 4.5k plus across the board. Straight out of the zoo, not surprised to see a timeout here because they are getting themselves into a very sticky situation.
But even taking that time out just to have a little bit of a conversation, like, crazy to me how far this straight out of the zoo roster has come. But look, you know, it's paying dividends for them, the hard work putting in. And yeah, look, still think Bliss in this last few rounds, it's been beautiful. And they look to be quite a well-oiled machine so far. You know, they're clearly listening to each other's comms and they're there to trade and use their utility effectively. So it's been a great result for them so far as well.
Yeah, couple of players a little bit slow out of the gate. You know, it's pretty early on here on Icebox, but Duddy Boy on that rain up. Need to see a bit more impact from the man that's usually on the smokes. Definitely know he's got the mechanical skill. And Nice Hacks as well. I think the majority of those frags we're seeing on the scoreboard were the anti-eco kills diving out middle. That's not a whole lot of impact
That
from
was
him
all
on the
three.
jet either.
All three frags in that round, yeah.
Yeah. So definitely a little bit more room. Plenty more in the tank for straight out of the zoo than they're showing here.
Duddy Boy, he was alt-tabbed and he hasn't bought. It's fine. He's got time. I was realizing, I was like, has the round started yet? No, it's fine.
Nah,
He's
all
in.
good.
Easy.
Just your boomer brain. It's just your boomer brain. Don't worry about it.
It's getting slower as the weeks go on.
Yep. Ticking over slower every year. It's all downhill from here.
It's like, I don't think I left the house like barely these last 2 weeks. I was just full on grease mode, working from home.
You know what else is greasy? A contact play through middle, straight up the tube after a tactical timeout. This is the read that straight out the Zoos opted to go for. Azo actually being the man to push up A here. He's seen Yifeng. I don't think Yifeng's seen him.
No.
So focused on his crosshair on that angle. This is just an awkward standoff. A couple of timing, couple of aim duels that could really change how this round plays out. The first one of which does go the way of sorts. That's some mid-control for them, but they need to turn that mid-control into a round here.
Seen him now. That forces Azo off the line. Yifeng's still in a good spot. Rez comes out onto Duddy Boy. So back inside that kitchen, they've still got plenty of members, but I think the ground that Bliss made up by looking to take the B main control, it's still going to be very hard to wrap around. They might have to try and make the decision to go back towards B, but they don't have that read at all. So Bliss are really ahead of the curve here, as you do tick on that one as well.
30 seconds left.
Bloody, hold on.
Okay.
That's a throwback. The jumping, floating classic right click from the jet. Yifeng, 30 seconds, 25 seconds on the clock. The man has still not left where he buys guns. He's just chilling in spawn the whole round. Definitely had some opportunities. All right, 3-on-4 retake here for Bliss. They're trying to come through B long, but the off angle from Duddy Boy is beautiful. He's even able to dismiss away. Hasn't really got any assistance for the teammates, so he's going to get isolated and picked off as Bliss look to continue this retake.
Oh, I don't think they spotted the head of Punda either. Up in towards Heaven does have the snake bite out, ready to go, but he's seen the members cross below him. It is just the 2 versus 3. However, a nice axe, well and truly back on the board, and Mike there to close as well. Straight out of the zoo with 4. Much better round from them. And apparently the timeout was exactly what they needed, but my God, still that duel where poor Azo sitting inside, no, it was Yifeng rather, sitting inside spawn forever.
Yep. Well, good read. You know, they got that was free. They got 2 for free. They walked up into kitchen, and the space that they created was leveraged to win the round. Couldn't have much better of a gun round straight after timeout, but that's not going to be good enough to get them across the line with the economy that Bliss has built. They still need to win 1 or 2 more gun rounds back to back to keep themselves competitive here. Let's see if they can continue on that trend.
Look at this aggression from Major as well. Really looking to head his way in. Lear's not going to force him back for any time just yet. Still Duddy Boy waiting, poised. See if that push will come through. The owl drone. Oh, he's get spotted. Needs to bail out now. And the Hunter's Fury. That might do ya. Oh, he spotted out someone else instead. And Yifeng gets away with nothing. Unfortunate.
Too many targets. A lot of info though, and he takes armor off of 2 players, so it's definitely not the end of the world. Oh, the pipes. the Pipes play. Oh, actually going for the wallbang there, Major. A little bit more patience. Might have been able to find the frag. He's eager to re-aggress though. Nice hacks pressuring middle, and actually the ace split's on here.
And they're going to try and pull that once more by popping that Viper's Pit inside the mid area. As the rest of the members do start to still try to march towards this position. Daddy Boy up on the top. Might be able to try and find something extra. Nice hacks gets away with murder. Onto easy here as Daddy Boy does also spot out the Heaven member, but Fleshist, he could be the one to strike really close. I don't think Mike's going to be ready for him, and he's not quite. Does have the res available, but he's put himself into a very dicey spot here. Waiting for the flank will be Jungle Wow as well. And now Flesh is still just tapping away in this 2 versus 3.
He's just getting pinned into the corner. Snakebite not quite spreading, but they know exactly where he is. He's just chucked into Gen there. The flank, the wraparound onto Jungle Wow here for Punda. He's got a decent read, but he's stomping around the place, and he's going to be read by Jungle Wow, who's punished 2 flanks now. Oh, that could have been bad for Sots. If they both go down there, that might have just been the round, but I think they bought enough time here. Great stuff from Daddy Boy, both him as well as the Jet player for Sots. Really stepping up after a bit of a slow start, getting a lot of work done, and that has got them the last 2 rounds off the board. Post timeout, it was a pretty difficult position they were put in, considering they were down 6-3, but they have more than passed the test, and they're looking to actually even up the scoreline here at the half.
It's just been a great game so far. You know, both teams stepping up and really sort of working their way through accordingly. We've seen different changes of pace from both sides, and it's been a pleasure to watch as it stands. So whether or not it'll be at the tie-up position or Bliss can pull it forward, regardless, it's been a good result from both teams.
All right. Sots looking towards this B side of the map. Bliss pushing through middle. This B wall as well as that mid wall definitely giving them a lot of opportunities to aggress, but they've been read once again. So many players in middle for both teams. Just taking aim duels at 1:20 on the clock. No real map control for either one of these teams. And Bliss, after an initial shove and a 1-for-1, going to start to wrap back around into different positions around the map. They've still got 2 ults available to them, but I'm not sure that res is really going to be on the cards until Sots start to take boots on the ground in the bomb site. You can see Flesh just hanging around for it. I think they're eager to take mid control. Daddy Boy, though, I think is just going to camp that body for the rest of the round.
Has to give away his position. Will be spotted out by the dart as well. Couple of rogue shots, nothing spotted. They do get the wall up, and that's the res. Is he going to be able to find it? Oh, it's so close. And now they're into a really awkward spot, but the Cloudburst will let them get out. So a good result from Bliss there. Now the rest are straight out of the zoo, try to march into A-Mitch.
Yeah, lockdown's still available. The pit's still available. And actually the lockdown going to go down straight away. Are they going to be able to get the spike down? Sots, they do. And I think a couple of these players going to be left high and dry here, just fighting in the lockdown, while you've only got the Sova and the Viper to play retake. You do have the Snakebite being thrown on the bomb for some more delay.
Oh.
Bliss is just winning all the duels here. I think they're going to be able to secure the 7th.
Well done from Yifang, but still just tapping away, gives away his information, and Major going to be able to find him. Very clean to force out with all that utility. The ultimate game was won there, Mitch, and ultimately that means Bliss does stay on top for the rest of this half as we do swap over the sides. But yeah, look, I think that was a great recovery from Bliss, you know, straight out of the zoo, really hot out of the gates, and ultimately as a response, Bliss kept their composure, and they've, you know, earned this half victory.
Absolutely. I think both teams showing a lot of good stuff in that opening half. Really great game here at VALORANT. Both teams giving it their all. Absolutely love to see it. Let's moving over to that attacking side though, and it is Sots' map pick, so should be reasonably comfortable here. Does seem like Bliss looking for some mid control. See what kind of strat they've got for the pistol.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
So how do they approach? Looks like some early mid utility information gathered as well. Straight onto that pipe. Major looking to see what he can spot out, and that wall's going to go down for Mike, forcing down the mid position, but they're not really caring about that. They're straight through onto this other side. Mike is aware of it. He's going to wait, but he's taken down by Easy, and straight to the Heaven plan as well, Mitch. 5-on-4.
That is an early spike plant by all regards. And it's going to be quite difficult for straight out the zoo. They're really going to be throwing caution to the wind on this retake here. Trying to get back into the site. The majority of Bliss set up towards middle, but Jungle, the main man at long, just applying pressure, getting so much damage done. And you could just see Sots getting pinched from every single angle. They never even had a chance. What a beautiful pistol strat from Bliss.
Yep, straight through under the pipe and over the above as well, over the top rather, and really isolating Mike into an awkward spot and just clearing out all their angles. Necessity. Bliss, well done. No other words.
Yeah, just a great pre-planned pistol. Absolutely love to see it, especially when it's not like the most common one. Just going towards B long or the same thing over and over again. Good to see something a little bit different. Mid to B split. Good utility, everything, sort of put in order. They played the post plant very well. And I mean, or even just looking at this anti-eco, I'm loving what I'm seeing. The drone through from Bliss, all sticking together. Nobody's sort of straggling away from the pack. They're just going to try to keep things simple. Wall up towards B, Sage wall down, get that plant down, and just play the post plant from there.
Lots of tag damage, nothing secured though, as Jungle Wow will be able to find his way into the first opening frag. Major, also plenty more tag damage. Lots of sprays, lots of chaos in this round right now. Tailwind away will mean that there's a little bit of extra space, but Jungle picks up his second there. And look, not really a whole lot here, just the classics. And actually, a little bit more damage found. It will be the heal coming through for Mike right now, but look, there's a lot of extra damage that he needs to secure, and at the end of the day, Bliss living on with 3. Not too bad.
That's like a textbook anti-eco. I actually love the approach from Bliss. Really couldn't have done much better if I wanted to go for one myself, think that's the thing a lot of teams struggle with, but just seeing an anti-eco like that, even the fact that a lot of people will say, oh, they lost 2 guns, how good can it be? You're just seeing all of these guys just caking shots, really struggling to pick off the players with the classics. But the approach was, fundamentally very solid. I love that.
So straight into mid once more, very much picking up the pace. Similar to the pistol round here. Will they be ready for it? Straight out of the zoo. Or will they get forced over? Mike looks like he's certainly ready. And that's a wash. That's a big old wash here. Spike dropped under tube. Jungle out of 30. Huge stuff from straight out of the zoo here.
Yeah, geez.
Wow.
That was a complete shutdown. They were just really ready for that min control. I'm eager to see if Bliss try to go for something like that again, because they just got absolutely dumpstered that round. That was the bonus though, so not surprised to see a strat like that on the bonus. Usually you want to do something a little bit cheekier because you're just at a weaponry and a utility disadvantage a lot of the time. Just a weaponry advantage, actually, especially with the changes to the pricings of utility. Actually, I think a lot of teams on the bonus now will have util advantage because you can only spend X amount on the util that you want. And when you only get 4 to 4.5k, that is something that you can really get going for you as a bonus. You can get a really nice execute. So I kind of like how that dynamic's developing.
How's that slow orb as well from spawn into the window? Always nice to see how the Sage utility does continue on, because she's been one of the agents that's probably been nerfed the hardest, yet still is pretty prevalent on some maps. Not all, but still around.
Dude, we got the knife glitch again. I'm gonna die. I'm actually gonna lose it.
No.
That's a nice opener from Duddy though. We put Sots into a 5-on-4. Dude, Bliss are just not getting this bomb site, hey?
Yeah, not at all. Still peppering the members as well. They have to fall back. The heal will come out onto easy, but that's a good response from Fleshius. At least able to sort of find something back. The Guardian is there for Jungle Wow. You might get away with something here on a Duddy Boy. He will, so very much a bring back of the round for straight into the zoo, and there's the res off the back of the frag from Fleshius. Sots.
Actually, that's just the lineup to try to punish the initial plant. Hunter, beautiful play on the flank. Doubles up for himself and actually puts Sots in a winning position now.
Okay. All onto easy, and there's the wall down. Can't really do a whole lot. He does manage to find the frag though, but Mike will force his way in. This is a great response from Sots. Second round secured. First gun round of the half, and ultimately with 7 rounds and the res now available for Mike going in, they had to burn a lot for that Bliss, and they were unsuccessful still regardless.
All right. Well, it's the half buy here for Bliss. Bloody great turnaround from Punda. The man's had so many impact multi-frags this game already. Absolutely love to see it. Let's not watch that though.
Where's it going,
He's doing
Punda?
his best, okay? He's doing his best for the lineup.
There we go. Beautiful.
You'll love to see that. Love to catch all those little lineups as well that you can use in your own games.
Yeah.
There's another one for you. The dart up towards the top, very commonly seen. Bliss going to utilize that to take the B long control. Just clear out all those short range angles.
Wally
Bliss
spotted.
Bliss need to do some economic damage this round here, Mitch, because Sot's economy looking fantastic right now.
Yep, certainly can ride the high. But they very much slowed this round down. Not looking to force anyone's hand just yet. Mike still with the res available. Back over towards that B site. Does have some support for some other members as well, just around him. But look, at the end of the day, not exactly obviously the most equipped buy for Bliss. Can't pop the Nano Swarm there, so extra space created. But really, yeah, slow round.
Yeah, no one really forcing anything, which is good. Pretty passive lines being held. That is... How is he seen on that angle? I don't know if that was pre-fire from Easy.
Strike down, attacker spawn.
He's hitting some shots, though.
30 seconds left.
Yeah,
They're still looking to go into him. Jungle Wild does get the spike, though. So now he knows Nice Axe has the info.
Major. Almost had the timing, but the Spectre is definitely not the man's best friend right now. Not doing nearly enough damage. But these Blitz players need to die. 10 seconds on the clock. They have really got to get themselves killed, or they're not going to have money heading into that next round. 1 kill on Duddy would be great. But the man's going to keep himself alive. 5 alive for Sots. 3 ults available. Scary,
Let's check
man.
that
Look
money.
at their money.
There it is.
That is gorgeous.
Wow. Such a good position to be on, you know, moving into the latter half of this game, the latter rounds. Really nicely done from straight out of the zoo. And yeah, like both teams have had their, you know, couple of string together rounds, moments of brilliance. We've seen good things from Bliss, especially towards the latter end of the first half, but straight out of the zoo are still fighting hard.
This game's really delivering, man. I've been really enjoying this. I hope we get a 3-mapper out of this one.
All I can say, guys, if Pilski's enjoying it, you know it's a good one.
Oh, true. Oh, that is a beautiful pick from Nice Axe. The man's getting rolling here on the defensive side. Obviously hard to maneuver the Jet sometimes on attack. Do sometimes have to play a bit more of that entry role.
He's got the blades as well, but he doesn't even need it at this point. Man's getting re-aggressive. Lockdown going in. Will he be able to destroy that with the darts? No, not quite.
He did right click.
Yeah, it didn't go down. So do they get detained? No, 0. So Nice Axe still in a position where he can potentially do something, but it is going to be a little bit more challenging on that operator now that the Viper's Pit goes down.
Punda. He's flanking again, mate. He's the contingency plan. If he's even needed, look at straight out the zoo. They're not even caring about this pit right now. They're looking to just contest straight away, diving straight in there. Jungle's able to get himself 1 kill. Easy diving in and out of the pit, but isolated by the Jet. Jungle gets spammed out. There's so many angles he could be at. And Sots, another clean gun round. 4 alive. Their money is doing absolutely beautifully. And they're on a bit of a roll here. Bliss, they need to actually start to pick up some momentum, pick up some rounds, because at this point they're playing the half on hard mode, man.
Yeah.
Not another half buy, but Sots are like pretty near to maxing out money.
Well, I think they were. Punda did max the cash, 3 ultimates available. Still the operator for Nice Axe. Everyone stepping up. Actually, with that being said, look at the frags, Mitch. Look at the assists. Look at everything across the board. We've got a mirror matchup aside from assists. Pretty much. It's even close to almost the deaths. A 9-9 scoreline. This is incredible. But the money situation for Bliss just puts him into such a hard spot.
Have you got one of those brains where you like everything lines up?
Yeah,
and you just start seeing the patterns.
The symmetry. It's beautiful.
Oh, this game's got a bit of everything. That's a cheeky wall.
Oh, he's pushed over.
Oh, Duddy's got his back
Duddy.
though, and that's beautiful. Even the dismiss on top. It is just the anti-half buy yet again here for Sots, but this game is not close. It's 9 apiece, but it's not close. Don't let the scoreline fool you. Straight out the zoo are dumpstering Bliss right now these last couple of rounds.
This is a team that is looking just so fluid as, you know, a roster, right? Like, they're putting each other into good positions. They're able to trade out. They're not fearful either. You know, they're going in there hard. And, like, if they win this series, like, they have absolutely, you know, not sort of slipped their way through. They've beat Wildcard 13-7 now. They're above Bliss to, you know, look to get their spot, the second spot into the, you know, stage 3 regionals. They've obviously been around in stage 1. I think they're a little bit slower in stage 2, but man, this is just such a pleasure to watch.
Well, do you have that Hunter's Fury, which finds the opening pick already for straight out the zoo? Another gun round going quite well for them. If it's not Nice Axe with the operator, Yifeng starts it off well with the Hunter's Fury. And Bliss having to navigate yet another man disadvantage. Middle has been cleared out by Yifeng.
Oh, the timing! He was on there the whole time. I think he did spot him though. Held onto that line for one more second. But now they're definitely aware of it. Looking to potentially jump back up onto the pipes. Information over the top. Narrowly missing. But he's run out of blades now, Mitch. And now Study forcing his hand. That's a first frag in the round for him. 3 on 5.
Yeah, he's really warming up on this Reyna. It's beautiful to watch. Do still have the res available for Sots, so they can put Duddy back on the field if they want. You do have the spike going down. Wasn't quite delayed with a lot of this utility that Sots has available to themselves. Duddy straight back on the field, and now the retake gets kicked off.
Yifeng finds another, really forcing their way in right now. That's 3 for Yifeng, and now all in a jungle, but no one is left in the server for Bliss once more, and that's crazy.
It's not enough players, mate. This is not enough players on the server. They're dropping like flies right and left, dude. Like every round starts off with Sots like 1 to 2 opening kills. Bliss is like 4 on 5, 3 on 5. It's a bloody great effort just to get onto the bomb sites, but I mean, outside of that, there's not a lot going on. How many? 6 in a row for Sots. Money looking on point, fantastic. All the boys fragging across the board.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Just as you said, a really good game.
Thank you.
Really solid fundamentals, and still, you know, pretty even frags across the board. But they're looking to get aggressive this time. Mage up, doing the dash up towards the top. Punda spots him out, does have the pit available too. Emperor still there on the side of Duddy. But he's really trying to take matters into his own hands now. Major already all the way up long. Team's there with him. They've completely abandoned A, where Nice Axe has locked them out. So let's see where the rest of this round does fall.
Got a couple ults available for Bliss. Hunter's Fury. There's another ult though that's going to be quite impactful. Punda putting a bit of a spanner in the works. If you want to get onto this big site, you got to navigate your way around the pit. But that's exactly what Azo intends to do.
Are they going to be ready for him? That's the question. Looks like Punda certainly is. We'll send the Poison Cloud in, giving themselves a little bit of extra space. Yeah, I don't know. This is very,
like
very hard.
In the night.
This is crazy. Azo's picked up 2 in the process.
Boy,
I'm feeling it for Crash right now. What would it be like observing around like this? This is just carnage. At least they do break the pit. Does give a little bit of extra information. Bliss with a man advantage, 2 men advantage actually. How does Yifeng and Nice Axe reapproach this round? Good shot from Nice Axe. That's the opportunity now.
Yeah, definitely winnable. Got Azo chilling all the way back. Man really wants to make sure he can secure that round with the Hunter's Fury, but I'm not sure it's even going to be needed. Major doing great work just with that Phantom. Nice Hacks. Got his work cut out for him. I think he's going to be going down, and he might even forfeit that operator to Bliss if they want access to it. That's an Azo round, mate. That's exactly what it is. The man has just walked through the pit, found the perfect timing, threading the needle, and finds himself a 2k to open up the round, and even closes it out, finding Nice Hacks on the lurk through from mid. Didn't even need to pop his Hunter's Fury either.
He was the guy there that was like, you know, not invited to the party, but he just walked on in anyway. No one knew who he was. Picked up a couple of drinks and then just moseyed on out of there. Walked away with a carton.
Yeah,
not bad.
I think I left my phone inside.
Just give me a second, boys.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be right back out. Swear to God. Just walks out the back door with the TV.
Oh, Nice Axe has done it again.
Yep, another open up for Sots. They've been so consistent at finding these. Bliss again have to go back to a 4 on 5, and Azo this time he tries to make the play yet again, but you can only be so consistent. Gets punished this time around.
Have you seen
jungle
him?
Now? I mean, it's a domino effect. You lose the first pick, one guy tries to make a play, another pick, another player tries to make a play, gets found, gets punished. Sots just dotting all their I's, crossing all their T's.
Haddadi just still looking for more. He will be forced off the line easy. still trying to do something. They have the res available, and I think they're toying with maybe trying to go for it, but it's just so hard to get back into that position and having to defend whilst the res does go off. Bush is falling back now, but look at this aggression in from Panda, already up on the top of the site. Nice Axe is holding the line, and the second that wall goes down, he's going to get some cheeky little information. Easy definitely looks to be ready for it, but Nice Axe still on that line, narrowly misses the shot, but you know what? Panda's there, mate, and he's there to close it. Straight out of the zoo, they take themselves to map point here, Mitch.
It's insane. How many is that? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 1. Last 8 rounds, and the only round that Bliss actually managed to get, excuse me, as my 75-year-old man digestion attempts to betray me at the ripe old age of 25, is the only round that they did get was that disgusting push through the hypersphere from Azo.
Yeah.
Not something you're going to be able to replicate. So there has just been a distinct lack of a T side here on Icebox from Bliss.
Leon always picks on me, right? Because I'll always usually have a cheeky little energy drink, maybe on the longer days, and the cheeky little fizzy breath burp comes in. It's like, oh shit, sorry, didn't mean that. Shoot, careful.
Hey, at least you don't. I mean, I'm sure at some point there might be a beverage sponsor, but I've worked so many broadcasts with there's a beverage sponsor now, and you got to be so careful with the name that you say and all that kind of stuff.
Always.
You can just tell us what it is.
Drink of choice.
You don't have to just say fizzy drink.
No, it's not even about that. It's potentially about the keeping it under wraps. Don't know my taste.
True.
Nice text though. He's got taste for blood.
Yeah.
That's Azo gone.
Absolutely. Like another opening pick. How many is that in a row? Like the first, I want to see how many first bloods this dude has at the end of the game. It's going to be disgusting.
Your duty is not
Res out though. So back into the 5-on-5. Mike, good for the trade. Definitely making his way forward. And, oh my God, Nice Hacks is barely missing shots. Only very narrowly when they sort of, shoulder step on the way out. Azo sitting back from yellow, needs to try his best to do something here, but look at Major's position. He's got all the way around, and now he's at the rotate. That's over towards the A site. Major's made the call right now, and he's just got enough time to get here.
It's beautiful. Easy. Boots on the ground in the site. It's got 2 nano swarms as well. He can chuck on that spike. Azo controlling the rotations through middle. Major controlling the rotations through spawn. There's so many little snags that you can strip up on if you're straight out of the zoo, and already tripping up on multiple of them. Yufag's the only one to make it without tripping over, and now he's got a whole bunch of nano swarms as well that he's going to have to deal with.
Can't destroy him. They've got the
Shockies as
post-plant
well.
utility. Yeah, it's all ready to go. Just won't let him in. Door's
sorry,
closed.
mate. You don't get to play VALORANT this round. Like, I know you're really keen. Hold on. That's not the
Look
line
at it
I'm
all.
looking for.
Oh, hang on. No,
Yeah.
not this time round. Who did we see win that round yesterday?
I can't remember.
Remember the Killjoy round where it was some stupid 1v4?
Oh.
You remember?
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was though, yeah. Oh, regardless. Close tough. And Bliss, they're not dead yet. They want to continue kicking. They've not got the best buy. It's looking a little rough.
It's actually going to be...
Yeah.
Dude, it's going to be ludicrous if Bliss push this into OT and win it.
Yep.
Just looking at how the last X rounds have gone. Just goes to show how good their defense was as well. Alrighty. For all the marbles here, Bliss have been taking a bit of a beating. It's not fair. You don't get to play with 5 players on the server. Already another first blood here for Nice Hacks. Disgusting.
Would love to see the stats later of all the opening picks that he's had. It's either been him, or Panda, who's been sitting over towards B, but, it's really been the entire time. Nice Hacks says, A side is mine. And he's not letting anyone in.
I mean, that's what happens when you run 0 flashes. The only person that can deal with an operator, that can deal with aggressive plays on your lineup is a Sova. That's it. That's your only info finding. You've got 0 flashes. How do you deal with an operator? You do your best to shoulder, but when Nice Axe is in form like this, you're going to be caught at some point.
So he's still playing that line, still super aggressive. And, with that being destroyed, he does get baited out. Now Easy looking to see if he can clear out anything more, and the zipline extraordinaire does actually manage to make something work here. Precious. I mean, Bliss, they can still get this done. Bliss can get this done, Mitch. 2 versus 2, but never mind Mike on the flank. 25 seconds and Easy, 18 points of HP. He has so much to do. This would be a very, very upsetting way to go out. Can pick up the spike, but needs to get something done. They can just push on into him, but they're going to wait. He's going to get the spike plant now, 1v2.
Yeah, needs to isolate one of these duels, but if he takes a single bullet, of course, it's Jason Bourne off the zip line to end the game for Straight Out of the Zoo. What a bloody defense side from these lads. Jesus, that was beautiful to watch.
That was a great game, and you know, we've obviously had really high electricity kind of stuff over the time. We've seen plenty of back and forth, but that was just 2 good and well-practiced teams joining the server and putting in their all, and ultimately it did pay off in the end for Straight Out of the Zoo, and a credit to them, right? You know, the amount of times we thought potentially Bliss might have turned the tide of the game, but that dominating defensive side out of Straight Out of the Zoo just really put Bliss back, and they couldn't claw their way back into it, even after a couple of big individual plays from Azo and I think Easy.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, like, they're just in some fantastic form heading towards the end of the year. They're going to take up their map pick. Definitely not the end of the series just yet, though. We do still have a whole another 2 maps to come, I would believe, because Bliss definitely not going to be too happy that they dropped that map, and they do have their map pick coming up as well.
Bliss definitely know how to look into the face of adversity, Mitch. So as you mentioned, their map pick of Split, that's going to be right around the corner, guys. Go get a drink, come on back shortly, and we'll see you right after these messages.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
And we are back. Thank you all for waiting as we load into what will be map number 2 between obviously Bliss and Straight Out of the Zoo. This map is going to be split. I'm Conky. This is Pilski. Mitch, the VALORANT Oceania Tour of 2021, moving into the final stages. This has been really exciting so far, and I'm so glad we got such a sick map in the previous 13-11 going the way of Straight Out of the Zoo on Icebox.
Yeah, I'm keen to see if it continues to deliver like going forward, because obviously we have Split coming up. I don't know when the last time I actually saw Straight Out the Zoo play a Split was for a while. I've seen plenty of them playing Icebox, Haven, Ascent, Bind. These are kind of the maps that they frequent most often. So a Split, not sure how many reps they have, at least in terms of officials. Maybe there's a few more in the practice because we've seen them putting in a little bit more scrims as of late. But as for Bliss, I really like their approach to the veto. Even though they had a tough loss there on Icebox, there were definitely points where they could have taken that away. Defense side was a bit of a brick wall, and maybe they could have snuck through a couple more rounds here or there, even though they were constantly starting out with like one less player. It was pretty ridiculous. There was like 7 opening kills or something for Nice Hacks, and they were having a really tough time of it. I think they can definitely recover here on Split, and I'm expecting a 3-mapper out of this series.
Well, what were you saying? Looking at obviously well and truly different worlds, but comparing it to the opening frags of 10s, you're mentioning 3 and 5, so 7 opening frags for Nice Hacks is just an impeccable result, and obviously a pivotal point in how they got that 7-1 round streak on the defending side. So if they continue that form, maybe they can deny Bliss. But look, Split is a very, very tough map to play, and I think it's definitely shied away from a lot of players in this region.
Yeah, so I mean, you were talking about it. It's always great to start out the round 5v4. I think some of that comes down to Bliss's lineup, though. They really didn't have an answer to an operator. That's why you see a lot of teams going towards the sky, incorporating a little bit more flashes, a little bit more map control and protocols and things like that. It's quite hard to deal with the lineup that they had, only having really the Sova that can deal with an operator. And after you're out of that drone, after you're out of the dart, not really much you can do about someone running around the map and doing that to you. Shouldn't be as much of an issue on Split. In fact, a lot of teams on Split not even running a jet and not really leaning towards an operator too much. So definitely a different play style, looking for a different play style from Straight Out the Zoo here, and excited to see if Bliss is as prepared as that I expect them to be, considering the approach they're taking to the veto.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, seeing how well they continue to fall in with Azo, he had his big moments, and yeah, completely different agent composition that we're likely going to be seeing come out here, as you always mention. And it's exciting for me. I think the last time I got to actually cast Split was when Wildcard absolutely slapped the round order in the server. So now we've got 2 completely different teams, Straight Out of the Zoo versus Team Bliss. Split, it's a pain to play, but it's certainly exciting to cast. And now I'm very much looking forward to diving into map number 2 of this series.
Who's going to have a Viper? I want to see a Viper from at least one of these squads. That would make me quite happy. We will find out. I don't mind a bit of Split, Mitch. Why you gotta rag on the Split? Is
it maybe just because I'm bad and I just can't play attack on this map for the life of me? Maybe that's it.
Look, I didn't want to say anything, but
hey, listen, my Sage, all right, at the bottom of the scoreboard, definitely giving you those heals that you need to carry me, Traveler.
Bruh, I think you were the Jet insta-lock though. I haven't seen you play a single Sage. No Vipers, which I'm a bit sad about. Actually,
Viper's too big brain for me, bro.
Brim and Astra. No Viper.
I played a bit of Astra, but Astra very hard, very big brain for me. And especially playing that in a Pug is just, you have to rely on your teammates to kind of go do things.
Well, Duddy Boy back on the smokes. You got the 2 duelists between Punda as well as Nice Hacks, I would believe. Contesting this mid control, a 3-man crossfire for Bliss though, really looking to contest the nade as well as the follow-up with the frenzy from Major. What a beautiful blast pack as well, just to be able to isolate that bomb, which dives straight in towards Vents. This is just all going wrong for Sots.
All on a Punda, and that's a good paint shell at least. We'll force them away. He's going to use the satchel up onto the rope. And now cruising on in, he's got lots and lots of aim jewels that he needs to find, and Azo is absolutely forcing his way in. They're not going to do really anything here. It just depends on who wants to push first. None of them need a push. Punda's doing some chip damage.
Yeah, I'm getting scared looking at these burst fires, but I think he's taking more chip damage than he's dishing out. And
yep,
there's a couple of players on the other side of that wall. Just I love how jungle is just left to fight that alone for so long before anyone saves him.
That's the funniest thing between observer view and obviously player view, right? Like, obviously, I'm sure there was some sort of awareness for Punda that there was many members waiting around that corner, but for us, we just see 4 members sitting there waiting whilst Jungle Wow's out in the open. But look, clean opener from Bliss. That was really nice to watch.
Yep. And worth mentioning as well, Azo on the Sentinel role. They actually have 2 Sentinels. Easy and Azo both playing Sentinels here. So that's a very interesting one. But 3 Sentinels, I mean, I guess if you count Sage as one.
Yeah. So what, Sage to sort of wall off mid, then 1 Sentinel each site for the utility to defend. That can be pretty dirty on a map like Split.
I mean, everyone's talking about the triple duelist, but what about the triple Sentinel?
Bro,
Okay.
That's big brain stuff.
That's what you'd be expecting out of Bliss, mate.
It's like the Flash comp. You know, Yaru, Omen, Phoenix, obviously then, yeah, all your others. It's just Arena. Yeah, I know. And Breach, sorry. And Sky. Or, yeah, swap out. Get rid of Omen. Bring in Sky instead.
Yep. All of those flashes, all of those characters have a flash, Mitch.
Thank
I'm
you.
proud of you.
I was trying my best. I went to school today, and I learnt.
Yep. All right.
This is a dog. I will draw it for you.
Oh, thank God. I mean, when I draw a dog, it's not pretty. It definitely doesn't look like a dog. Kind of looks like a balloon animal. Either way, though, do get sots. They're trying to make something happen. Paint shells, 4 major. Bliss. It's all going up Bliss, mate. Look at all this. Beautiful anti-eco. 3k for major. Getting a lot of points on the old showstopper rolling. And the defensive side. Okay. You're attacking into a triple sentinel cop. And Astra. What do?
So I'm just thinking back. There was a map that I casted. I can't remember who exactly. It might have been Rise of Heroes. I can't remember, but it was Azo on Paradox before he's obviously moved over to here on Bliss, and it was a game against Direwolves on this map. Direwolves took the map, and Azo kept buying the judge and throwing. So I'm keen to see how he actually goes under this roster because he definitely looks to be a bit more like on a leash so far, and he's been playing really well that I've seen. So I'm hoping that we do see him continue to do well because he's a fantastic prospect.
Throwing in Oceania. Come on.
Never!
Come on, Mitch.
Never heard of that.
That's a bit slack. I think you're doing the players dirty there.
I think it's just got to be careful with the word, right? It doesn't mean
tossing.
Yeah, tossing. Making indecision.
Okay.
You know what I mean.
Do you remember those old like EPL ads? Tosh the smoke. All right. That was like season 5 EPL. We're going back like 6 years now or something.
Long
like
way,
that, maybe.
bro.
Yeah.
That was my baby days.
Yeah. All right. Well, this has been a very standoffish round. No, everyone wanted to be kept at arm's length. Will you go A and run into the utility of the Sentinel, or will you go B and run into the utility of the Sentinel? Decisions. Sot's going to go for a B split, 30 seconds on the clock. A lot of players in the vicinity. They got their work cut out for them, and Easy still has a whole bunch of utils sat there towards B main.
Looking for this split now.
20 seconds, dude.
Yeah, Nanoswarm's going to keep him at bay as well, so Nice Hacks has to try to do something, and he will in the end. Danny Boy's there, but look at Easy. Easy's position is absolutely huge. They might have almost overlooked it, but in the end, no, they do lock it down. It's all left onto Jungle, and unfortunately, obviously, just this bonus, only with the Ghost, and they have managed to lock him out, but wow, you know, as you mentioned, they definitely ran out of a lot of time.
Running the clock down. A lot of standoffish kind of duels being taken. Jungle Wow, he wants to try to take one more gun away, but he's not going to be able to. That's 4 alive for Sots. That's the showstopper. Ready to go for Punda. Pretty nice tool coming into this gun round because this is one of the most important rounds for the early game momentum. You want to be taking this gun round, resetting your opponent's economy and getting yourself up on the right foot, especially on attack side of Split. If you can take this round as Sots, it's getting you a lot of those rounds that you need on the board pretty easily, just chipping down that economy before the loss bonus builds up.
Most certainly. And how do they approach this one? A little bit of extra mid-aggression, but not looking to put their wall down anytime soon. happen to fall their way back. Nice axe, looking to establish that control early on. And just the cheeky little lurk from the one member over towards that A main area.
Yeah, both of the Cyphers just having a look at each other on the cameras. That defensive wall in towards heaven, time and time again here for Bliss. They got a lot of players over here. A lot of util. Look at all those stars, as well as the Killjoy utility over towards B main. That is beautiful, though. See you later, Killjoy util. Easy is the one that takes the peak, and Punda just takes him out of the server.
So very much slowing it down off that. Giving up an opportunity to the attackers on the defending side. You know, we need to see Bliss win as many rounds as possible on this half. I mean, you know, there was changes to this map like a little while ago, but it hasn't really changed the structure a whole lot, just sort of widening up some angles. But Azo's ready. He's waiting, and straight out of the zoo, it definitely is going to be that bust on towards the side of A as Punda tries to keep some information towards B.
Gravity well, as well as the paint shells trying to be used. That's cute from Yifan. The wall straight up over the Cypher utility there, trying to find some angles. Nice hacks with the heaven control as well here. Bliss don't really have a way in, and again, Sots running the clock down to 15 seconds, but it's not really mattering too much. They are choosing their timings well, and so far Bliss can't really find an answer for it. They might have to consider the save here.
Yeah, Duddy boy, he's done well to find another frag in the round here too. Major goes down, Fleshist tries to sort of drag something back in, but there's the runaway. They've got to get out of here. Don't blame them. Some utility to sort of keep them at bay. Gravity well. So now it's just, yeah, well played. Sots, slow, concise, but they do manage to force the defenders out time and time again here.
Doing a good job. Just keeping things simple. You know, starting out in like a 1-3-1, spreading out around the map, then just going into a 1-4. Ain't nothing super complex about it, but it is effective gameplay. And on this attacking side of Split, that's a big swing round to be getting already. You're going to put Bliss's economy in a bit of a sad state of affairs. And essentially, that's going to allow you to get a whole bunch of gun rounds on the board, or a whole bunch of rounds on the board early on, without really having to work as hard for them towards the later stages of the game. With those two saved rifles, Bliss going to force up, going to try to keep this game competitive with a handful of Spectres and light armor. I feel gross even saying it, Mitch.
No judges, though. I guess that's the slightly different story.
We never judge. We never judge on this stream.
The double entendre there of the judge. Nicely done from Niceax, though. Great entry into mid.
First bloods for this series, just skyrocketing for the man.
How would you feel there? The old race car of 4 members, 5 members.
I'm not going to lie. It's not going well for Bliss.
No.
This is their map pick. They're playing a triple Sentinel comp, and so far this game is going pretty bad. Getting concerned, dude. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, well, you know, they've basically placed all their eggs into this Spectre basket, and unfortunately, it's got a hole in the bottom.
I mean, it's a Spectre basket, dude. It just falls straight through.
That's right. It's a basket with all the holes. It's like, you know, filling up like a laundry basket with all the holes in it. The water just rushes out the sides.
I don't know who would do that. I'm sure there's somebody that's done that at some point. Either way, you do have the side push. There's actually a lot of trips here that are doing some pretty effective work, but there's just too many bloody players, mate. Too many SOTS members. Not enough Bliss members. Too many opening frags. It sounds like Icebox all over again.
Ooh, peppered shots. Easy does find it, but getting taken very, very low. And look at this wrap already in from Mike. See you later, Alligator. Easy out the round, and that's the lead taken by straight out of the zoo, and that's where we're sort of, you know, lining up to think right now. This is surely just going to be a couple of sheriffs, right? That's about it, and you need a little bit more than that to defend on a map like Split, especially when you've got a hungry bunch of guys straight out of the zoo looking to find 4.
Just a bunch of guys being dudes, really.
Look at this, guys being dudes.
I mean, yeah, you look at, like, just look at Sots' money, dude. Like, they're already getting close up to that max cash, 2 or 3 gun rounds on the trot. Here we go. Beautiful little rocket in from Punda. Great entry. Another opening frag for Sots. This is getting ridiculous at this point. I feel like a broken record just repeating myself.
I really, really like Punda's raise as well. He doesn't shy away from anything. Hops around with the satchels. But yeah, look, 2 on 4 once more. Both members up towards screens, ready to sort of force their way through that sky smoke of the Brim. But minimal success. Molly's going to keep them forced back as well. Duddy Boy's been fantastic so far here. Azo, though, does get around the other side. Drop to 5 points of HP. Jungle hoping for something, but Duddy Boy can close. Now it's just the gravity well. Might be able to force Mike into something, but he's just on the other side. And yeah, Jungle might just have to waltz on out of there, mate.
Yeah, he's going to try and find an exit here. Catch someone running out of the side. But Ethank, crosshair placement on point. Hellfire, you got the Empress, you got the Res, you got a lot of ults for Bliss as well. Alright, they need to start turning stuff around here, Mitch, because Bliss, I'm getting concerned for them. Like I said, triple Sentinel, you're on the favoured side of Split, you're on that defensive side, on your map pick after losing that first map. This is where we need to start to see what Bliss was going for, picking this map.
Yeah, Duddy's money, same with Yifeng and Mike, they're just really so far ahead, and I don't want to be a hater. Don't want to be a lack of a believer. Bliss, I mean, still certainly an opportunity.
You're playing the game on hard mode now because you're all right. We got this one gun round, but forget about this gun round. They need to win like 2 more back to back after this just to be able to reset sots, and they need to do it cleanly, or they're going to be going down to more of these judges and specters and whatnot. So Bliss, they've kind of dug themselves into a hole. Let's see if they're good at getting themselves out of it.
Cheeky little warning satchel. Yep. Super smart on that utility usage there. A nice axe. Empress Pop, he's heading his way in. Should be able to avoid that paint shells from Major. But now the ultimate comes through. Oh no! Major! What a blunder! That is a prime example of what exactly is happening in this series right now. Jungle Wow with the big task. He will force him back a little bit, but now that lockdown forces its way in. These members are going to have to get out. The orbital strike is going to keep them at bay. And Yifeng, he can keep peppering Mitch. This is just a bloodbath. I don't even know how Bliss can get their way back in. Mike to deny easy. And unfortunately, it's all onto Just Fleshes who at least can find Mike, but that's the plant going down. It's insanity.
Just a hellfire on top of the lockdown. Feels bad, man. You've been holding that over for a little couple of rounds and another gun round going away cleanly of sots. Oh boy.
This is such a good team though right now, right? Like, yeah. You know, straight into the zoo, taking the step forward. It's so clear that they're well drilled.
Like earlier stages of VOT, I was like, these guys are just a pug team. Like, just another. I've seen this so many times across multiple like titles. You know, going back to CS and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, just another pug team. A couple of the boys chucked together, signing up, and you know, not really putting too much effort in. But
they'll qualify for the main event, but that's about it. You know, and.
Yeah.
But these guys just, whole nother level. And I'm so glad that they're taking it seriously now as the can.
I mean, they're looking fantastic, dude. They are out-reading Bliss right now. They're playing a very, very good attacking side of Split on a map that they don't have too many reps on it officials than the last couple that at least that I can see. It's looking great for them. Really have not skipped a beat.
Yes, this should do.
So 3 rounds ahead of the curve. And another awkward kind of half buy in Fleshist, obviously with that save. As the Vandal. But just holding onto the line once more. Very default mid. Still happy to leave old mate Mike. Lurking towards that. Oh my god. See you later, both of them. Major does look like he wants to go for something, but Nice Axe is just straight over. This is just incredible. Not skipping a beat, as you mentioned, just continually moving. Great shot from Jungle. Flesh just can at least find something. He's got the res available, but yeah, okay. Does he even use it, though? That's the question.
I mean, it was just a half-buy round.
Got Mike on the flank, too.
Spike planted.
Yeah, dude. I mean, Mike's back on the Cypher. This is where he does his best work.
It's funny, he used to play the Phoenix a little bit early on, but then, you know, flex back onto the Cypher and the Sage now. But yeah, look, it's just really sort of consistent for his team in that role. And I love the lurk, you know, just leaving him to journey over towards A, poke around, see what he can find, and then they make a call sort of off the back of that.
Okie dokie. Well, we're at 6-2. Similar position for Bliss. They're up against the wall here. A lot of econ in the favor of Sots. They need to get something working for themselves because whatever they're doing these last couple of gun rounds has not been doing it. Let's see if there's any change ups here for Bliss. Again, they play completely off of middle. They just give up this mid control, and I feel like Sots kind of been abusing that and pulling them apart a little bit.
Wall up, immediately destroyed. Now only missing that shot. Nice hacks, unable to pull that one in. But I like the 3 setup in the position. A little bit more passive this time around, but at least Azo there to support jungle. Definitely does look like it is going to be that B split. Staying firm, but Punda now, oh, he's got that showstopper. That can create so much space, but they're actually walking out of B main. So good orb control.
I mean, it's not just the orb control. It's like Sots has the whole map right now. Bliss has got absolutely no info. That's kind of the issue. And yeah, they do have the Cosmic Divide and the Res to try and make this retake a little bit better, but they are playing so passively right now. They just have no map control. They can't inform any of their rotates. And essentially what they're doing is they're trusting the utility and the individuals to multi-frag to be able to put themselves in good enough positions. And it just hasn't been working for them. We'll see if it has a little bit better of a chance this time. It's going to be the Killjoy util over here.
There's the ult. Does he spot him out towards the corner? He does, but doesn't quite get away with the frag. He will in the end. Major, unfortunately, going down there, but now they clear out the utility. They clear out the house and should be able to find that plant. Does get done now. Azo, good response, but Nice Hack's already picked up jungle. And Nice Hack's again using the dismiss. Gets the hell out of there. This is brilliant. Azo at least tries to force something out, but it's again a 1 versus 3, and Daddy Boy's just got him chasing him around.
Yeah. Again, like it's the same thing. Sots is just taking all map control. Bliss has 0 information. They're just sitting back in, you know, behind this util.
Oh, he's not going to check it either.
And Sots is just doing whatever they want. They're taking all map control. They're informing their decision making. They're getting people into aggressive positions, like Nice Hacks up in mail there, to go through for the lurk, or whether it's Mike in a different position. And you know, it's just not how you play defensive side on a tactical FPS. You know, you can't just sit back and give up all control to the opponent and not have any info. It's not going to end well for you.
Yeah, I think it's one thing we've talked about quite vigorously, I guess, on a game like Valorant, where, you know, if you don't take that early grounds, you do get punished.
I mean,
Very different game to Counter-Strike.
It's the exact same as the last map for Bliss. Is like they have no agent that finds them info, really. And neither does Sots, to be fair. I mean, the Cypher does kind of with the camera a little bit. Easy's going to find an opener, though. Maybe the first time I've seen Bliss get a first blood in a little while, actually.
And it's taking control. You know, Easy looking to take matter into his own hands, walking their way in. And as they already start to clear around, I guess this is the only thing, though, by Easy giving up a lot of that extra control. If they get some sort of read, Mitch, they could wrap back to A immediately and only have to face off against 1.
I mean, they don't have the read about it, but they're going to just luckily kind of go in the right direction. Jungle keeping an eye on ropes. Nice Hacks, happy to sit there, but it's not going to be the wrap to A. Instead, Sots looking towards heaven. The first time they've kind of looked a little bit more indecisive. They are going to start heading towards that B side of the map, and it might be on the good timing here. They've got Quest just up here in heaven.
30 seconds left.
Beautiful.
Great trading damage. And also Nice Hacks to find another. Azo gets up close, and with the Marshal, he can also look to pick up a Vandal. Where do they even go here? Jungle out, gets tagged up, and Easy's actually found one back here as well. This is a little bit chaotic. Spike down. Daddy Boy has to try and make something happen here. Sky Smoke will give them space, but information gathered by Azo, he's going to walk straight through this Sky Smoke. Does drop down, but I think if this is not around for Bliss, this is the problem. But there goes. Spike's down. Round's done. And Mike at least will be able to find one on his way through. But yeah, look, Bliss at least back in the game.
Comes off the back of a push, you know, just throwing a little bit of something in there on the half bite.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
Oof, all right, a bit of a breath of fresh air. You know, as we said, Bliss, this is their map pick. This is where they need to make it happen. Like, they will not be happy if Straight Outta the Zoo walk away with this series in this fashion. You know, it was such a close game on Icebox. And to have it here really ripped out of their hands with straight out of the zoo already winning out the half. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Well, lockdown available for Easy once again. And there isn't really any counter available, no showstopper. You don't have that Hellfire available, so that might be a bit more effective in a round like this. Straight out the zoo. Probing for mid control yet again. It's a pretty passive approach here for Bliss. I'm looking at Sots, man. Already 7-3 on attack side of split, and Bliss has got to make this triple sentinel comp work for them on attacking side. Feel like it's already going quite well.
Good frag from Duddy. Now Mage up, very, very big task. Has had a relatively quiet game. Jungle Wow there to keep the information guessing though. Focus driven over towards the other location. Major does manage to actually get his way out, but with this lockdown, it's going to make it very, very hard. But Jungle Wow lines them up onto the other side. Fleshist.
Beautiful.
There we have it. This is a better spot from Bliss now. At least they make this much more competitive.
That was one of the first times where that more passive setup worked when Sots was running the clock down. And I think part of that was down to the fact that Sots didn't really get as much map control towards the extremities that time. They were kind of like 5-man grouped up in middle. Instead of going for like a 1-3-1 into a 1-4, it was kind of just 5-man in middle. So would like to see them split up a little bit more, just kind of pressure the extremities. Also, the lockdown without any real counter being in there was quite a bit more effective.
Early wall down. Cheeky little cage over the top to try and force them back. They are looking for this orb once more, but again, it'll just be Jungle Wow trying to toss a couple of stars down, force them away. But yeah, look, at least we're seeing some, you know, signs of life from Bliss. Maybe they can carry the momentum into the next half.
Yeah, would hope so. Last round of the half, you got 2 of these neural thefts. Again, beautiful blast pack from Punda. Just jump spotting the camera, checking it out, doing a good job dealing with some of these trips as well. In the meanwhile, Sot starting to make their moves over here towards A Heaven. Easy spots it out, goes for a bit of a spam, goes for the swing. Again, he's gone down before any of his util can have any impact, and that's going to put a lot of pressure now into jungle.
Great shot though. Able to bring it back. Information now gathered as well by the neural theft. Looking to get that plant now on the site. Found this control and wow, Mike, another one, but trying to get that trip down. Will get caught with his pants down. 3 versus 3. Still going to be a tough retake.
Got the neural theft though.
Ooh,
Can inform some of the decision making. Yeah, the rope sound. Yeah, you had the neural theft anywhere. They were going to be aware of Punda's position. They've actually pushed him back to mid, so it's effectively a 3-on-2 on the side. Hold on.
Now look at this. He's... Oh! Oh! The pre-sense. Well done. Major. He is certainly back in the game now, Mitch.
Beautiful. Yeah, 5-7. It was a good recovery from Bliss, but like, I don't know, man. I'm just kind of waiting to see how they're going to make this comp work on the attacking side. It is their map pick. So no doubt they have a plan. But yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a Cypher Killjoy play attacking side yet.
All right. So some time to think. Some time to kind of reassess. Bliss, obviously, you know, really relying on hopefully they will continue kicking with that momentum from the last couple of rounds. It was certainly a forceful sort of matter. You know, this was a 7-2 half and thinking, what would it be like? You know, straight out of the zoo, walk away with what, 8, 9, 10? Like, that would have been such a solid statement, but at least Bliss claw their way back.
Pistol would definitely help out, even up the scoreline, put them out on the right foot, and it's just pace being set straight through middle here for Bliss, just charging straight up Mail, but that's where Punda is in position. Mike's got some util down as well, just to try to bail him out. But after all said and done, Heaven control in the favor of Bliss.
Straight back onto the site. Information gathered. Oh, they're lining up inside that cage. Even information gathered. Oh my god. An absolute switch up. Everything getting done there. Now Jungle Wow all alone in a 1 versus 4. I have seen him close rounds like this in the past. Throwback to an Icebox 1v5. but he moves in. Daddy's aware. Gets the dink shot, but Yufeng not too far away. He's actually running away from the heel. He'll manage to get it. Now Yufeng can force his way in. Great play. That's teamwork right there, and that is indeed what makes the dream work. Straight out of the zoo. Win the pistol.
Yeah. Not the team that you really associated with teamwork initially, but tonight, definitely looking like it, man. Really impressed with this team. Looking great on split. Timeout here for the defenders. It's the Salts timeout.
Yes.
So there you go. They're ahead. They put themselves in a good position. Now to talk about how they can abuse this comp from Bliss. I'm trying to think about it. If I see a triple sentinel, how do I play my attacking side? Kind of thinking. They don't really have a whole lot of info gathering, and they don't really have any flashes either. So I'm probably going a bit on the aggressive side. If I'm Nice Axe, I'm probably walking up on angles. Same thing for Punda.
All right.
You don't want to let them get into a post plant, because that's where you're going to get trips down. You're going to get all this Killjoy util. It's going to be annoying.
Yeah, for sure.
The Sage Wall as well. Slow orbs.
Well, I think what's crazy, like that 3 Sentinel setup is such a heavy reliance on that defending side, and it might make it a little bit more challenging finding the space. Yeah,
that's what I was saying, dude. That's what I was saying. Like, they didn't get anything done.
it's like trying to think about it in a little bit more depth in my brain.
Yeah,
it always takes a little while to connect at times because just hope that this is going to pay off for them in the future, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I feel like defensive side for Sots. Their comp is quite weak to aggression, and like I said, you just don't want to let them get into a post plant. And as long as you're a bit more aggressive, a bit more disruptive, then they're going to have a tough time taking rounds, I would say.
At the same time, though, Split will look for that too.
Yeah, at the same time, though, Split is a map where you can kind of rely on the crossfires because it is just a bit more naturally defensively sided. So
he's looking for it.
I was never too good at the high jump either, so fair enough.
Need more pole vault going on.
Yeah. Forgot to bring a sport, mate.
That's it. Kept it in the back of the car. All right. Looking to charge on through now. Hopefully can find at least the spike plant. Potential. Buddy boy. Oh, they've crossed to the side. The Punda, he's straight in there. No dramas at all. Happy to do that one with the judge. And it gets worked out, literally. It's funny as well, reading the chat, with a little bit of a delay on it. Someone's actually commented on what it's like when Punda gets the judge ahead of the curve. And he might be right.
What did he say? Was it broadcast friendly?
Once Punda gets the judge, it's GG. And here we are. We're 3 minutes down the track, and it's just happened.
All right. Let's see. Well, all right. I don't know who said that, but if you end up being correct, we might have to get you onto some kind of analyst desk.
You'll know him, mate.
That's the kind of big brain that we need doing the analysis work.
You might be a fan of his hard work. It's old mate Minimize.
Oh, there you go. True.
Yep.
Chuck him on the analyst desk. Just do it right now. Okay, it is GG. He was right. This guy knows what he's talking about.
Get him on a team. Maybe he should IGL or something.
IGL a team? I don't know. He's probably bad. He's from Perth.
True. Everyone from Perth does suck.
Yeah, I see this other guy from Perth play as well. It's not so pretty. Trust me.
Don't talk that way about Maple, bro. We've really fallen down, haven't we?
Oh, God. Yeah, we have. 5-on-3 for Sots. Bliss, they've got mid control, but mid is not the bomb site last time I checked. So they got a little bit more work to be doing. Well, that's a good, nice opening pick, though.
Just trying to take a bit of a breath, refocus. Heading straight towards that site now, 25 seconds. I'm liking the positioning from Mike here, but they're actually going to charge away. This is risky. This could be the industry. Yeah, Punda's also there as well. They need to come back. They need to make the call and a decision now. Whatever they're going to do, it's going to be a challenge. And Mike's position, if he just waits a second, that's not even the spike though. They are getting it planted onto the other side. Mike's done it. What an incredible round from Mike there. solo dolo with the Spectre and winning out the bonus there.
Absolutely. It's gone horribly wrong for Bliss. It really has. The bonus is going to put them in a real sorry state of affairs. They're going to have to go down to this half buy with the Sheriff armor. And you got nice hacks on the operator on Reyna. So I already like that because I don't even feel like you need the jet up against this comp. I don't even think you need the mobility and the dash out because they've got no flashes. They've really got no utility to push you off the lines. You're just going to be posting on angles and you're going to be chilling. Basically like feet on the... Like this is exactly what I'm talking about, dude. He's just going to be able to chill on every angle, take map control. Maybe not advisable in the anti-eco, but who's really going to stop the man?
Careful here.
Oh, hold on. Major's close. He's got a blast pack.
They're all going for it now. Oh, he's hit the shot. Are you joking? Get another one. Go again, son.
This
go
guy's
hard.
crazy. This guy's
Look at him go. Could you imagine if this is happening in a Pugman Reyna operator, just absolutely dominating you? Get more. Just go ahead. Oh, Yufang, no! Azo at least denying the ace. This is chaos. No way, bro.
Dude, do not do that in your ranked games, please. You will actually tilt your entire team off the face.
Yeah.
Do not try to do what Nice Hacks just did. Don't do it, okay?
Oh, man.
Not in the anti-eco, please. I beg of you.
It's like the classic, right? How many times have you heard, like, why did you do that? That was really stupid. But it worked, bro.
I got a 3K in VOT.
Oh, man.
Can't tell me what to do, Dad. All right. All right, Bliss. It's their gun round. We're given the benefit of the doubt. It's their map pick, but they got a lot of work to do, Mitch. I'm not going to lie. Group up towards B main. I'd imagine it's going to be the lockdown. Yufang's over here. He's already dumping the slow orb. He's already contesting the angle.
Boombot destroyed. Keeping it back. Still looking to try and
Look
keep
at Nice
something
Hacks, by the
interesting.
way.
Where is he? Oh my god, okay.
That's what I'm
And
talking
that's
about.
the confidence though, right?
No, but like what do you do as Bliss to stop that?
Yeah, you can't.
With this comp?
Yeah, no flashes. Nothing, nada. No smoke.
Yeah.
Oh, smokes. Look, just forgot about Astra for a second. Right.
Yeah.
There.
Lockdown, how's it gonna go? This is, oh, there's a wall there. Never mind.
Wall there. I'd imagine there's a slow orb there in a minute. Oh, the lockdown is getting killed
Goodbye,
by the
lockdown.
bloody nade. What, the lockdown behind the wall? Really? No. Mitch, no.
Nah. Hey, look, they found a frag. Maybe it was all what it made sense to be, but ultimately Nice Hacks is there, and he is going to be spotted by the neural theft, but now they can sort of at least send their way back a little bit. Nebula will keep them at bay. Easy does spot the info and almost taken down by the Boombot, but now Daddy Boy can force him away, knowing that the member is low. Great shot from Daddy, making his way in. Daddy Boy, step up to the plate, my friend. Jungle Wow will get one taken down, but now they can just stick this defuse pretty much. Information gathered, but it's not quite the delay on the shot. Now the quick scope comes in. Can he find it? Does he hear the drop? I don't think so, but he might just have the flick. Does he have the shot? The jump up, the kill from Nice Hacks. Jesus Christ, that's map point, series point. Close this one out, boys.
Beautiful. Man,
Tactical
really
crouching
to
as
play.
well.
They're looking to qualify straight into the next stage, and in their current form, man, with how sketchy positions 2 to 6 are right now, I don't want to be playing these guys, to be honest. They're in some fantastic form here. Whoever gets to play these guys in the next stage of regionals, you got your work bloody cut out for you, mate.
Yeah. This is certainly a team that is contesting for, you know, those higher spots, and given that they already did, you know, accumulate some early points, they can find their way.
I think they
into
were
the,
like up
stage
there.
3.
I think they were
were
really up there in terms of the point total. So
because Wildcard had a horrible stage 1,
Yeah.
and then they won out stage 2 to bring themselves back. But yeah, geez, this is just insanity right now.
There's a Cosmic for Bliss. Gonna try to get this B split going.
Oh no.
But again, when the two things prevail. When Nice Hacks gets the operator, the comp
He's going for
just
it
can't
too.
deal with it, and when Plunder gets the judge, it's GG.
Right, he swapped out for the Phantom. He's going to give him a chance here. Wall goes up, meaning that there is going to be... No! Good, I was going to say. Gets the res, so now we have an opportunity. Okay, it's not done yet.
I don't think I've seen that before. The res just broke 2 blocks of the wall and then effectively like nullified any of that safety that the wall provided to enable that res. Doesn't end up mattering. And Bliss have the man advantage. It's a winnable round for them. Yifang on top of his wall is spotted out by Azo. Doesn't feel pressured to peek really. And actually, Bliss might try to isolate the man.
Oh, Yifang wants to go for this too. Gives away his position though, but doesn't matter. Mike's actually found one over towards the other location. However, they do get away with a site take onto B. And now the straight out of the zoo want to go for this. I'm sure, given their confidence, given the last couple of rounds, why wouldn't ya? Make it try and happen.
Spike planted.
Even have a comeback. Why not? We'd love that. Love a good comeback story.
Retake coming in here for Sots. And Azo, he's picked himself up that operator. He's putting it to good use. But Mike, always good for a clutch. Trying to isolate these duels here. He's going to reposition up into Rafter, expecting the wrap through middle. But both the Bliss players are on the side here, Mitch.
He is low and below. I don't think actually Mike spotted him out just there. Might have gathered the info. Flashes gets the information back. And that's a great result. Nice 3K from Flashes. They look over the operator as well. Don't want to carry that into the next round. Bliss continue on. And at least they, cling to whatever's left in this game. And I got to admit, the money's not actually as good as I was kind of expecting onto the opposing side. Unless there's potentially something on the floor for Yifang. No, there's not. He's gone for a judge here, which means that the buy is somewhat equal, only to be superseded by the operator for Nice Hack. So he is very much playing this map like he was playing Icebox on that jet.
Yeah, the ults are very much in the favor of Sots, though. They're one off the Hellfire and the Showstopper as well. And the only ult that Bliss has access to is being one off the Showstopper themselves on Major here. So if he finds an entry, then maybe we're talking at that point. But actually, this Heaven split might be exactly what Bliss need against the setup that Sots has. Because you can see Punter and Nice Hacks very much focused on B main. Yifang being given a lot of responsibility, holding on to Mail here.
Alrighty. Azo back into B main. Looking for that journey. Oh, he's been spotted. Nice Axe doesn't miss those either. So the solo journey from Azo unfortunately doesn't pay any dividends, and now they're making their way into Heaven. Wants to clear out. Yifang up close. I hear the Sage Judge is a pretty good setup.
Not Punter Judge though, is it? Might be good enough. Bliss testing some of these trips. Study Boy gets access to his Hellfire, but unfortunately he hits the deck. Won't have a chance to use it. That's a beautiful little swing for Major though. Mike trying to keep himself alive in the site. Major just be hopping with the rocket.
Oh,
and
he's got it.
He's found it. I mean, where else is he playing from at that point?
Pretty much. Got to get the info somewhere, somehow. And Yifang does have the res. Going to be able to bring back the boy here. But look, they're going for a bit of a journey. And how far does Major want to go? He gets a big swing here. Flashes does pick up one. But yeah, they're going to overlook Major here for sure. Now Punda does have the ultimate, though. Brings it into a one-on-one. This is certainly doable. But look up how close he is. They're going to overlook him. Jungle Wow's got the frag. And Bliss, yeah, they're still in it to win it here.
Yep, they're trying to complete this comeback train, and that's a big round to be winning. That's going to reset Sots' economy. So they're putting in the work, slowly but surely, picking these rounds up consecutively. Can they get 5 in a row? I think it's going to be tough too. I mean, you look at how this half has gone so far. It's 5-2. But in terms of the gun rounds, pretty even for Bliss so far.
Yeah.
I mean, they just have no room for error, though. And with how Sots is playing, I mean, all it's going to take is just one pop-off round from any of the individuals, and they're all on point tonight. So
look at the streaks as well, the round streaks on both these sides.
That's what I'm saying,
stuff. Yeah. Man. I'm not ignoring you, by the way. I love your commentary dearly. It soaks onto my smooth brain.
Starts to wrinkle up, soaking up the information.
That's it.
Yep.
Sometimes there's only so much that it can absorb during the day.
Dude, I'm the same. I feel like it can't absorb anything some days. Do you have a tech pause, by the way, for Bliss? So, don't know what the technical issue is, but gives us a bit more time to chat.
There.
Internet
Sounds good.
issues? Apparently it was
Yes.
internet issues. In Australia? No.
Never. What do you mean? We've got
What?
the best internets across the world. Looks like Nice Hacks has the best peaks, but does choose to fall back. He's still playing a dangerous game. Narrowly misses it, but he does take down easy very, very low. We'll get the heal from Fletcher's though.
He lands both of his shots, just none of them hitting the head. Must land here, eco for Bliss. Once again, trying to make this map control work for themselves. Kind of reminds me how that first half was going, and I'm kind of waiting for Sots to go back to contesting mid control a little bit more. Bucky not so good anymore.
Nope. Great frags. At least they're, finding their way in nice and cleanly here, not really getting too much taken out on their little journey.
Spike planted.
He's back into heaven, spike planted, hoping for some damage, but Azo's up on the top of the wall. He's had a pretty decent half here as well. Mike will punish him, taking him down, and the satchel. Ooh, 1 HP! Easy will be there on the wrap. A little shaky, but he does ultimately get the frag. So 4 rounds away. I mean, it's doable. I feel like maybe the chat has potentially jinxed this game.
The chat.
I won't get ahead of myself though.
We literally said this game was over. Take responsibility, Mitch.
I don't take responsibility for anything. I'm a caster. What do you mean?
What? I never said that, and you can't prove it. What's a pod? Alright.
And
we
Azo
got
is
some-
indeed lagging. Look at that ping. Oof.
Unlucky. Had a couple players that have had some ping issues recently. I think just last night we had
Swell.
Swell, yeah. We were giving him a bit of a tough time, and now I feel bad.
Yeah. Nah, look, and that's the thing. I think it's always a matter of, the state of affairs, right? Is any criticism that I've ever given, like, you can tell if I don't like someone because I'll be brutal. Like, and I think it's just there's not many people I don't like at all. I just try to sort of live like without really any enemies to the best degree. But it's like any feedback, any criticism that is made is like either because I think they can do better, or it's like surprising that they're potentially having like an off game. That happens to everyone. And it's just like at the end of the day, all I want is because like the better the players get, the teams get, the orgs, content, whatever it might be, that makes our job better and easier, and we're going to be able to put on, the best of the show possible. So that's all we sort of hope for here.
I agree. Got a couple big ults for both of these teams heading into this next gun round. Really looking at that lockdown, really looking at the res for Bliss. And then Sots, they obviously got that Hellfire. I think it was the Neural Theft as well as the Empress. So a lot of big ults coming in. Bliss, they started out all right. 2 gun rounds anti-eco, but they still got 4 more to go. And so far, I haven't seen Sots kind of pull the switch of changing up their setup to go back for that mid control, because a lot of the time that's what you're seeing Bliss just similarly to Sots, take mail, take events pretty much for free, and then break the round down from there.
Yeah, for sure. And that's all, I guess at this point in time, if Bliss do manage to drag it back, that's going to be a little scary for straight out of the zoo, but it is hard to sort of set yourself forward and look like that's a prospect, coming back with the agent composition that they have to drag those 4 rounds is insane. So, and just to update again, you guys already know Azo just having a cheeky little internet issue. So hopefully that'll be resolved shortly.
Yeah, right at match point as well, which is like the most awkward time. We could potentially have a big pause and then the game's just over and then we go back to a death segment, which is always my favorite. But this is what I signed up for, really, commentating both Aussie and Asian CS and all Valorant. This is the classic. I think my favorite. What's your favorite delay story?
I don't even know. Yeah, no, I think the delay story is probably where we go to a break. We'll do that, guys. We'll, not keep you for too long. We've already been talking for a couple of hours here. But look, again, appreciate all your patience. And as soon as we've got a chance and Azo fix up that internet. Oh, never mind. That's okay. I'm happy with that. I'd actually much rather stay on camera than go for that break in that position. But he's back in the server. Hopefully the internet issues have been resolved. And it could be like Komodo, right? His brothers use the microwave and he spikes up to 250 ping or something. Yeah.
I'll tell you. No, we're going to get into the gun round. Maybe next anti-eco. I'll tell you my favorite delay story because it's relevant to Valorant.
Sounds good.
Anyway.
I love a Pilski story.
Yeah,
Tuck me in.
Spin a bit of a yarn, little left, right, good night. A kiss on the left cheek, kiss on the right cheek.
Kiss from puppy.
Yep. That's what you love to
Chulo.
see. Okay.
You should run.
Well, wall in. Lockdown behind the wall yet again. Actually in towards B main, looking to flush out the entire side, but it might get taken out
can
here.
see it,
Actually, the angle of the wall is beautiful, but Punda still going to find that opening pick. Does get detained though. Are they going to be able to go in and punish? Well, it is a fake. So Bliss, Major not quite getting into heaven there. Not ideal. Rez goes in, but there is the Hellfire in response, but he's going to get out of there. So Bliss, that's actually a beautiful start to this round, and they're going to get the spike down completely uncontested. Full screens control as well. This is looking great for them.
Yeah, fantastic. And I mean, obviously, you know, given this situation, Bliss are going to still hold straight at the zoo, try force their hand in, see what they can collect. That's a great pick from Nice Hacks. They're still a winnable prospect in the middle of the Empress, starting to charge on in. They've got the Neural Theft available as well. So really, it might be Bliss trying to do some sort of defending here. Danny Boy gets another, and oh my God, they trade left, right, and center. But you know what that game is? That is, Mitch, that is game. So it is going to be straight out of the zoo. You get the tech pause, you get the delay. But apparently that's maybe what Straight Out of the Zoo needed to have a little bit of a conversation. Congratulations to Straight Out of the Zoo. I am humbly impressed by your performance, and you will be joining Order in the Stage 3 regional finals.
Yeah, they played fantastic game of Valorant tonight. It's awesome to see all the improvements that they made over time. You know, they really looked like quite a well-rounded team, not really overly reliant on those aggressive plays, but still utilizing them to their fullest potential. So many first bloods, man, for Straight Out of the Zoo tonight. That's got to be so annoying to play against. But at the same time, I feel like that's where you need to kind of be a little bit more perhaps flexible with your comp based on the team that you're playing against. You know, mix in a couple more of these flash agents or the agents that find info against a team that you know that's going to be looking for those first bloods. I'm eager to see how teams start to develop over time perhaps and change things up as a result.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, you know, we're definitely not going to be seeing the end of Bliss. You know, obviously they still will be, you know, giving it another crack tomorrow where they will drop down into that lower bracket final. And I think they'll be facing Mind Freak. So that's going to be quite a good game as well. And I'm sure we'll be seeing the same between Peace and Wildcard. We're saying what Peace have had such a rough run. You know, obviously they get the opening win, but then they've got to face off against Order and then Wildcard. Like that's, yeah, really, really dicey. But look, congratulations to Straight Out of the Zoo. I think the credit needs to be really given. You know, Bliss is a well-drilled team and well-structured, and you know, they got smacked around in some moments here and there. So you know, excellent result from them. I think they've well and truly earned it after that 13-7 victory over Wildcard as well. But yeah, look, massive shouts to Straight Out of the Zoo, and I'm super proud of what the team that they've become today.
Yeah, already a little spicy addition in towards the qualifications, in towards the regionals there. And you obviously do have some banger games coming up for you guys tomorrow. Eager to take a look at those. You know, you were just discussing them before there, Mitch, and I believe you're going to be bringing them over tomorrow.
I will be, yeah. I'll have Mr. Geordie, Mr. Mac alongside me. So thank you again, Pilski, obviously, for joining us. It's been such a pleasure. I'm really loving the Mitch Square duo. You know, it's always good to, because big shout to this guy, by the way. Like, honestly, like the only real solid play-by-play, color caster, I mean, that we've got in the region. Everyone else is just doing play-by-play like me because it's easy or something like that. I don't know. But nah, look, it's been a pleasure to have you on. But you're not going just yet, because we will check out the bracket, of course, to determine what has actually occurred over the last couple of days and really see what we will be finalizing the event with for this leg. So there it is, matches today, 2-0s in both of the best of threes that we got to witness. So no three mappers, certainly close in the last game that we just witnessed. But yeah, tomorrow, Mind Freak Team Bliss, Wildcard Peace.
Yeah, or both of those series should be absolute bangers. I think it's a good little matchup as well. The Mind Freak Bliss one is an interesting one because I think stylistically, both of those teams a little bit more on the tactical side, love the utility heavy kind of compositions with only like the singular duelist or two, you know, max. So I really, really am looking forward to how that matchup does sort of unfold, and whether you do see a bit of anti-stratting, and you might even get a few cheeky edge of the map pool maps, like, you know, get your breeze in there or your splits in there or something like that. That could be very interesting. And then the wildcard Peace one is going to be a banger as well, especially because Peace, we didn't really get to see anything from them today, just due to the situation that they were in. So a bit more of a better understanding of what their team brings tomorrow up against Wildcard, I'm hoping.
Yeah, no, it's funny, right? You know, a lot of the time you sort of expect these lower bracket games towards the end maybe to not be that great, you know, maybe a bit one-sided where we sort of seen a team that comes through from the upper bracket that did get the unlucky sort of hand, I guess you could say. But tomorrow's game should be absolute bangers, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So also, guys, a massive reminder that if you want to play in the VOT, like it's such a good opportunity, right? Like these events, you know, given the structure of it, there's open qualifiers, opportunities to get in every single which way, and playing in a team, getting those competitive victories is such a satisfying feeling. So I implore you all to sign up for the event upcoming. Of course, it is going to be closing on Sunday, 11th of July. So make sure you do check out LetsPlay.Live, and I think it's /VOT. So jump on the website, get involved. Like, you know, the more games that, you know, go through in those open qualifiers, the more it pushes up the level of competition. So we encourage you all to jump in there. But Mitch, thank you again for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you as always. Any final sort of thoughts before we do wrap up the evening?
Not really. I would back that up as well. I signed up for one of those open qualifiers. Was a lot of fun. Get to play with some of the boys and try to make it up to the upper echelons of the Valorant scene. And that's where all of these big boys are playing. And also make sure that you remember to tune in tomorrow, because we've got, I think both of those series should really, really deliver. And I think we're following a lot of interesting storylines that are kind of developing as we head towards the tail end of the year here in the VOT.
For sure. And obviously big shouts to LG, Vodafone, our observer, as always, Crash, and the homies in the studio as well. Roz, the admin, Sam, the producer. You guys are all absolute legends. And from me, from you, Mitch, this is going to be Conky and Pilski out. Until next time, take care.